All right, my bad. Took a big bite of rice right before that. So we have you guys in this floor of the apartment. You've pretty much searched everything. You are perfectly welcome to if you get further questions that you wanted to reinvestigate either the empty cocoons or the one that has the corpse in it. That's perfectly fine. But theoretically, you've gone over the entire lower level and basically now have the stairs up to the north of you or going towards that hole and dealing with that that room over there. Those are the loose ends that you guys have left here. So as you guys kind of send Jelly Moon and the other three humans sort of outside, because again, like on some level, like Jinx, you can recruit him and you can have him as a sidekick, but effectively, unless you wanted to swap out, yeah, I mean, you've even got Neferndel too as your sidekick. So in the long run, I kind of want to always limit you guys to one sidekick, and that's kind of where, like, for now, he'll go on his way. But he is inspired at least enough that, like, in the long run, he's accessible as a sidekick here. What would you guys approach next? Are you prepared to go upstairs? Do you want to treat with one of these kind of open-ended questions now that you have a full layout of at least this lower level of the apartment? And still, everything has remained relatively quiet. As far as you can kind of tell, there's nothing really happening around you in this place. There's been very little sound coming from elsewhere. Even with this room like that had other people actively in it, you guys haven't really heard anything coming from elsewhere since you've been in this place.
I think we're getting ready to go upstairs. Is that what you were thinking, Chris?
Yeah, I mean, find out what's upstairs and find out what's going on here in detail.
Sounds good to me.
What was it? There was like a body that had fallen down the stairs or something like that. It was like laying there.
Yeah, I believe you can see a corpse basically at the base of the stairs from the entry. My bad. So yeah, like as you move back around, you can see that there is a corpse at the entrance, or at the bottom of the stairs. Uh, it's like a middle-aged woman. Do a medicine check.
Oh, wait, did we already do this? Chris, did you already search the corpse? I can't remember. You're always digging around in the
I
dead
don't
body.
think you have with this one.
Okay, because I remember we were talking about necromancy, and I can't remember if that was from like this corpse or what was going on.
I think it was this corpse, but I'm not sure. I don't think I've written down if we found anything on it.
Yeah, for some reason I was thinking you already had like searched this corpse, and then we decided to go back and check that door. Like for some reason, I can't remember honestly. But I mean, it's whatever.
So theoretically, all there really is to gain is that it's a middle-aged woman. She was killed by claws. Doesn't show any sign of like her body changing.
All right, yeah, I got a 7, so that sounds about right.
And then also, she has been dead for a few days.
I got a feeling this ain't gonna be the last one we find. Probably more dead bodies upstairs too. Does seem a bit light on the cult members for a cult hangout though. Maybe we got bad intel or something.
Could have been that they've been attacked by another cult.
I mean, your guess is as good as mine, but be on the lookout. I'll go first. So I'll start leading up the stairs, and I'm gonna go like I know we've been kind of loud already, but I'm gonna go like cautiously, kind of quietly.
Gotcha. Let me just get a stealth roll from Jinx here.
It's a
Uh,
9.
and then let me have a perception, and I'm going to say disadvantage for this, please. Excellent.
19.
What kind of marching order do we think we have? We've got Jinx leading. You guys, these are kind of 10-foot squares on the map, so you guys can go like 4 of you to like 1 square. But what kind of marching order do you want to go for?
I guess Dalton can follow up behind Jinx, maybe about like 5 feet behind.
My bad. I mistake Gale for other people constantly.
And then Karina probably just sit close to Dalton, so maybe another 5 feet behind him. So she'd be 10 feet behind Jinx.
Gotcha. Do you like that position where you're at right now? Where you're like catty corner to Jinx? She's right behind you.
Yeah, that works for me.
Gotcha. Gale, where do you want to go?
Oh, push the right buttons? Yeah. I think Gale will be like 10 feet behind Jinx and have like Tom in between him and. Oh, unless if it's there.
And then have Neffy right beside Jinx?
Yeah, looks good to me.
Excellent. Alrighty. So, as you kind of walk up these stairs, you are going to kind of, again, you're kind of coming up the stairs, and it's going to be map wise just a little bit north to this. If you guys scroll directly north of where you were looking, you should be able to see yourselves at present.
Yep.
So as you come up the stairs here, Jinx, the first thing you'll kind of notice is that the stairwell has like a banister kind of around it. And let's go for it's sort of a hard banister. So it's actually like opaque, blocking your view behind you, at least for those, say, like 3 feet tall that the banister might be. And when you're coming forward, so you're looking back and you can't really see too much in that perspective, it is going to draw your eye to the ceiling where there is another one of these purple blobs just kind of on the ceiling up and behind you. And let me kind of just draw that in. And again, that's really just because the banister blocks your view. All you can kind of see as you like look back ends up being sort of the ceiling in that direction. But you can basically spot that the wall is about 10 or 20 feet behind where the stairwell comes up, and you can see ahead of you that there's about 10 or 20 feet before the other wall. So you can basically understand the stairwell is roughly in the center of this room. And then there's about 10 feet to the south of you that you can see another door. And then there is a cocoon in the corner on the right side of this room. And that's just what you're kind of seeing, like coming up the stairwell. It's not necessarily like putting you for once you actually like get to the landing, but it's because you're so perceptive, you've got this kind of like bit of knowledge before you really like arrive at the top of this kind of position. Do you have any thoughts as you kind of see one of these purple like blotches on the ceiling, one of these cocoons ahead of you, and a door to your south? Do you just continue up to the top landing?
Yeah, I would like telephone back that there's another uh one of the blobs in a cocoon, and then I would just slowly kind of creep forward. And first thing I would be like looking for is if there's anything in the cocoon potentially like come out and attack us.
Gotcha. So yeah, as you sort of approach the cocoon here, as you guys are kind of moving forward and you go to approach up to the cocoon. Let me have Gale and then Karina make dexterity saving throws, please.
That is a 6 for Gale.
It should be 14 for Karina because I believe she's proficient in Dex.
Yeah, she's definitely a rogue. She should have that. So yeah, as Gale is coming up the stairs, you've like kind of like called it back, but you'll even notice like as you're calling it back that the slime almost starts to like drip off of the ceiling, and just sort of in a moment it just kind of like almost like drips more from the back of the room away from you, and almost kind of like somersaults down as the back kind of drops. The momentum kind of swings it forward towards the stairwell. It lets go of the actual roof, and there's just like this glob of this purple goo that just, it should almost like parachute down, but you see as it kind of like forms into a bubble, and it just splashes right down on top of Gale. And can I have you? Oh yeah, there's no. That is the saving throw. You are going to take 3 acid damage as it hits you. You immediately start to feel this burn starting to sink into your flesh. Do you have any? No, you don't have any armor. Do you have any wood or metal on you? More specifically, probably higher up on your body?
Not specifically higher up. I have a quarterstaff, but that would be in my hands. That's wood.
Non-magical quarterstaff, right?
Yeah, just regular old quarterstaff.
Roll a d20. Don't roll a 1 through 4.
That is a
All right,
20.
yeah. Doesn't splash onto it. It just splashes onto like your actual kind of like fiber and like flesh. So you feel this burning, and there is an immediate recognition here that this is something that is like burning your flesh. You need to get this off you. Do you have any thoughts on how to get it off you, Chris?
Yeah, I'm just thinking like the acid, is it like another substance or is it like the actual like jelly thing that is the acid?
Um, Not sure if you have a reason to distinguish the two. The moment it came in contact with you, your clothing and flesh started to burn. It's caustic. It's just as caustic as like what you've seen Neferndel kind of like slinging around.
Yeah, I think not knowing exactly, I'm going to. It's a wizard. Go to his go-to thing, prestidigitation. Try to clean it up.
Gotcha. As you start to prestidigitate it, you're gonna find that it has no effect. And you are burned for another 1 point of acid damage. Everybody else is more aware right now that Gale is basically suffering from this burning. Do you think you're making noise, or are you silently suffering as everybody kind of starts to notice that this slime seems to have like fallen onto you and you're now burning?
Oh no, Gale is making noise. He is not quiet.
Dalton's gonna turn back. Is the slime like pretty like liquidy, or is it like more gelatinous? Like it could
Now
be.
that it is on him, it is definitely far more gelatinous.
Okay, Dalton. Unless Jinx or someone has a better idea, is going to like turn to Gale and be like, Gale, hold very still. He's gonna bring out his vile razor, the blood spattered razor, and hoping that its kind of magical nature will protect it from the caustic properties. Can you try to scrape it off of Gale without obviously cutting into Gale?
Gotcha. Let me have you roll a dexterity check here.
All right. Can
My
I
bad.
use?
Let me make it sleight of hand so you have at least jack of all trades. Or what were you thinking?
Actually, I was just about to ask the same thing because I'm actually proficient in sleight of hand. So,
Yeah, so sleight of hand. You're basically like doing, can you straight razor shave somebody?
ooh, it's a it's a 9.
All
I
right.
told you to stay still, Gale.
I'm being burned by acid.
Gale can't really hold himself still. It takes you a few moments longer. You do notice that the moment it like touches your razor, there's not the same effect happening to it. But as you like fling the razor, like to gain that momentum and like sling this stuff like down to the ground, you like fling it down onto the ground. The moment it hits the floor, it's sizzling again. It was the correct choice to use the vile razor versus many other potential things that this probably could have burned away as well. So at present, again, Gale, take another 4 points of the acid damage, as it takes him a little bit longer than just like 6 seconds to clean this off of you. But basically, he can kind of take that moment to clean this off of you, and you've now got it kind of like maybe a few different globs on the floor, and you can still hear kind of the sounds of this like boiling away at the fibers in the floor. You can still see little signs of smoke. Have a pretty solid understanding that you should not step on these little piles. But basically, there's a couple of little piles where Dalton has like slung the stuff from the razor back onto like the wall, the floor, and sort of just haphazardly around.
And so that's making Dalton. So when back when we were downstairs, when we had been looking, or when we had seen the hole in the ground, and I think you said the kind of gelatinous purpley slime was above it. Um, I don't know. Did we get a close enough look to think maybe it was like the hole was actually, caused by the same thing, like just a large quantity of slime kind of eating through the floor?
I don't think you would have that idea. I believe I described that room as like floorboards are torn up and kind of thrashed all about. This whole place is thrashed. I think that's one thing that you kind of missed. I haven't described here. So, like, every room you've gone through looks ransacked like a burglary, like a breaking and entering has happened. Everything's been thrashed inside, and that room in particular, it looks like somebody tore up every floorboard. So while I have like a clean kind of like black hole kind of place there, it's far more, I don't know, I think of like Tom Hanks in Money Pit, like where there's like boards and it's clearly, it's not like a hole like Aliens when they cut the face hugger. This is somebody was in there kind of tearing this hole up. Um so I
Gotcha.
think you would know enough to that hole is not just one of these things.
Gotcha. Okay. Thanks.
So I think in kind of that little bit of time here, Jinx would have gotten forward enough to basically notice that there's not really any threat coming from that cocoon. But other than that, kind of like taking to the landing here, you would have a more full view of this whole room up here to see that again, it's about like 60 or 80, yeah, 60 feet long. Stairwell takes up about 20 feet of that, and it's about 20 feet north to south. There are two doors leading off of this, and then a third door that is broken and kind of like shattered on the floor. So that central room in the southwest, there is no door across that doorway.
We have a peek down that open door first. Or try one of these.
Could,
Leery. Oh, go ahead, Gail.
I was gonna say we could just go for those doors first, seeing as we're closest to them.
I prefer not to. If there is anything in there, prefer not to have it come out at our backs.
All right. Well, here goes nothing. I'll give the door a try. Again, kind of like cautiously.
Gotcha. So there's no like lock to this handle. When you go to open the door, you can slowly open it and start to, like listen for it to creak. You can, kind of slowly opening it and experiencing like what's happening in here. You're basically going to quickly start to hear there's somebody breathing inside of this room. You hear kind of like labored breathing. So do you just yanking the door open, stopping moving it, hoping that they have not recognized that you're opening the door? What are you thinking as you start to open it and you hear that there is someone on the other side of this?
As soon as I hear the breath, I think I would like push the door open quickly and be like ready for potential combat.
Gotcha. Roll initiative for me.
It's a 6.
It shouldn't matter, but I quite seriously, yeah, I think we rolled the same thing. What is your dexterity modifier? Or
The
what's your
modifier is +3, and my dex is
okay, plus 3.
15.
Gotcha. So as you go to open this door and you hear the breathing inside, there is a sort of slight reaction as you throw open the door. You kind of hear from it inside, someone else is coming. So you throw it open. You hear this person kind of recognizing, or at least somebody who's inside of there recognizing that, you guys are there, and they kind of call out at least to one other person. Let me have you make a perception check here. That's pretty
15.
solid. So you can see that there are two people who are basically standing from being leaned over a third person who is down on the ground. So you flung the door open. They seem to have recognized that you all are there. They're standing over a corpse or a body. What are you thinking?
So I would definitely be surprised because we haven't actually like run into like any like people or anything. So I think immediately I would try to treat with them. I'm not sure if you guys know, but you've got quite the infestation downstairs. We mostly took care of them, but what are y'all doing up here? And I'm gonna just kind of like slowly file into the room.
Gotcha. So you're gonna move forward. You're kind of saying this. You'll see as kind of the one closest to you kind of like looks towards the other one. It would appear this apartment is more than it would seem. And you are.
Yeah, I would say so. I'm Jinx. This is the rest of my party. They can all introduce themselves. Who are you guys?
Have we been here an hour? Is Dalton's disguised self still up, or is it faded now?
Theoretically, you and Karina are still disguised as Scaris and Jamina.
Yes, I think Dalton is going to. He's, I mean, the facade was kind of a bust when we got in here, but he's going to try to revive it here, and he'll introduce himself as and he'll kind of like hold up his hand where he's wearing that like kind of broken circle brass ring, and Brother Scaris, he'll introduce himself, try to kind of disguise his voice a little too, make himself like kind of sound deeper and more. Um,
Roll a deception at disadvantage.
all right. Would my actor feat? Oh wait, no. That's
Your
just a +1. Never
disadvantage
mind.
is that Jinx has already introduced himself as Jinx.
Gotcha. Okay. But can I use the +1? Or it says, no, you have advantage on deception checks when trying to pass yourself off as a different person. Would that be enough to make it a straight, or should I do disadvantage because of the? I mean, I'm good
Gotcha.
either
You
way.
got actor. You can have a straight roll here. In the future, when you guys are posing as cult members, I would have you interdict yourself in front of Jinx and try to prevent him from introducing himself as such.
Yeah, I always forget that I have actor and that it does that. I think it's the first time I've actually used it. But that will be a 28 with my modifier.
Gotcha. So the moment he kind of like sees you come in and you reach forward, you'll see that he clocks your ring. And with like the recognition of him clocking your ring, you see on his hand as he reaches out to shake your hand, he is wearing a broken ring as well. He too is a member of the Brotherhood of Venom and immediately kind of like recognizes you and Brother Scaris, I was expecting you. I wasn't aware you were bringing new recruits to this. It would appear nothing is wrong, Ironic. At least it's no longer just us. And then they'll have kind of the similar kind of skepticism as you guys have Tom and Gail entering in. Was Gail there for the night, or was that still
Gale was there.
okay, yeah, Gail's one of them. It was Gail and Jinx that night. Okay. So they kind of look at Gail a little bit funny. They kind of look at Tom a little bit funny, recognizing Curafin as Neferndel walks in. They have definitely a more or less friendly attitude to you guys, recognizing Jamil, Scaris, and Curafin here. I believe you all have a collection of rings, and you have a solid understanding that this cult understands who you are. You just at this present moment seem like these two people aren't connecting those dots.
So
Um,
yeah,
but otherwise, they basically have not necessarily like fully introduced themselves kind of situation, but they've at least first names here. The female is Uronic, and then the male who was closest to the door is Odon.
yeah. So Dalton trying to kind of dissipate any lingering skepticism if he can. Will be like, say, meant to send word, but well, it's been a rather fraught last few days. Long story, nothing worth going into. But and then he'll kind of nod towards the body on the floor, and looks like you've been busy as well.
I don't believe Recollect was perhaps as happy with the efforts of our groups combining. Things turned south quite quickly. He's been dispatched, and perhaps of little other consequence.
I see. Well done for taking care of it. And Dalton is kind of like bursting with questions about like what the hell is going on in his house, but he can't really. He's afraid that asking any actual questions will give away the game, so he's kind of just keeping quiet for now. Oh, maybe he'll because we had come here expecting a meeting to take place, so maybe he'll as I mentioned, I've been out of communication in the last few days. Is the meeting still on?
From Regalac's action, I believe it's safe to say perhaps this was meant to remove the Brotherhood from Tolis. I don't believe we have further actions here.
How long did this situation go down ago? And he's like pointing down at the dead guy betrayal, whatever. And I'm gonna like take a look at him.
You can do a medicine check.
The natural
Uh,
for 2.
Aside from like fresh blood and signs, this battle like just went down.
Did anybody need inspiration?
I believe you guys are all fully inspired right now.
Dalton's gonna look to them again and what is our plan for striking back against this attempted betrayal? Surely we will not be taking their attempts lying down.
At present, I think it's safe to recognize the Ebon Hand is against us. But that does not say anything for the tolling bell. My bad. Let me actually grab this guy's name. Of course, I don't have it in there. Son of a bitch. Oh, the web of NPCs that I fail to grasp. Shit.
I mean, we can, we can kind of come back to that later if.
Yeah, he says the name of the NPC that you guys met with when Dalton was unconscious coming out of the house with the Hydra, and around the end of Malchin, the guy who kind of like recognized and spoke directly to Malchin. I have way too many villains in my list to scroll through, because there's a lot of them. But he basically says, I don't know, we can certainly understand that the Ebon Hand is against us. I don't know what this means for the tolling bell and whether that villain has really turned against us as well.
Perhaps if we strike back against the Ebon Hand, we might be able to find one who can tell us whether the tolling bell was involved. Perhaps that would be a good way for these others, and he'll kind of gesture back towards Jinx and Gale and Tom to prove their worth to the Brotherhood.
Make a persuasion.
All right.
Have a feeling you're going to succeed because I rolled horribly.
Oof. It's at 12.
Like I said. He kind of looks over at you, and he like looks over towards Uranic, and she like waves her head no, and you just kind of hear from her, I do not believe that it is wise for us to attack the Ebon Hand. It is perhaps better to use what we know. And Urana kind of like turns to you, and they are but brothers, and perhaps we could get away with things from them that we cannot from ourselves. You could seek out the Ebon Hand and bring punishment down on them for their treachery. Bring the pain and suffering that they deserve, that they so wish for.
It would be my pleasure. We cannot let this stand, of course. And Delton will kind of, he's gonna like glance back towards the others just to kind of gauge their thoughts on this, because he doesn't obviously just want. I don't want to hijack every the conversation here.
They don't seem to be objecting.
Yeah, no, I think Gale is just like standing there trying to look well, like he belongs there, like at least a little bit.
So Dalton will kind of glance back, turn back towards Yoronic and Odon. You've taken care of this one, but any more about, or have they escaped for the moment? Any idea where they might have gone?
Regalak was all we were intent on meeting with here, and who we were in contact with. I don't believe there is anyone else here. It would seem that this house was an experiment to test a new venom on some unsuspecting victims to see how powerful its mind controlling effects would be. Seems to be a success, and perhaps that was why we were invited here, to have it used on ourselves.
Makes sense. Perhaps this Regulac. Have you searched the body yet? Perhaps there's some communication or something of use that might help us track down his compatriots. And he'll kind of start leaning, almost like kind of kneeling down to like start going through the corpses like pockets as he's kind of saying that. But he'll kind of wait and kind of listen for the response before actually doing any sort of like search.
They both kind of look to you and will silently step back and kind of give you a bit of space. But each of them more or less kind of almost edge back to the back of the room.
So Dalton will try to kind of like shoot a glance towards Jinx and Gale, almost like a trying to make it like almost like a warning glance, like a heads up, as they kind of move back. But then, trying to keep up the facade, he will go ahead and start kind of searching through the corpse. Like I said, mostly kind of looking for any sort of like parchment or something that might indicate like he's been in contact with someone or like something like that, I guess.
Gotcha. Just give me a investigation here.
That would be a 13.
Gotcha. So looking over him real quickly here, you definitely see this guy is not just like a lowly priest of the Ebon Hand. He's not a pauper. And you'll definitely notice pretty quickly his quarterstaff is really finely engraved and kind of carved. You notice that he's got some really nice chainmail on. Notice that he's got like a little potion, kind of like bandolier, that has at least one sort of like clear liquid potion remaining in it that almost like sparkles as it picks up like light from around, and almost kind of casts like prisms of color from those little sparkles. Uh, Definitely would catch your eye pretty quickly, like as any light kind of reflects off that. He's got a little leather spell scroll or like not necessarily spell scroll, but he's got a little leather, effectively like spell scroll compartment thing.
Like a scroll tube or like a map case
Yeah,
kind of
scroll
thing.
tube. That's what I'm going for. But effectively, like that's going to be what you would expect to have any sort of like message or whatnot in it. But you basically notice this guy's got some nice jewelry on. He's got a nice coin purse that seems to be kind of overladen with coins that would be far more acceptable in other people's hands. Um, but it's up to you. Do you want to just go for the scroll case, which is what theoretically you are currently searching him for? Do you want to go for things that you perhaps may or not be welcome to take?
So I think Dalton will yeah, so the scroll tube, but I think he's also going to try to take out the that potion of clear liquid,
Gotcha.
and basically he might even, like, as he's doing, he's going to say something like in the direction of Uronic and Odon, and so like, well, won't need this anymore either. Just trying to kind of play it off, but those will be the two things that he focuses on first.
Gotcha. So, like, as you're taking those, you basically say, "You won't need this anymore either."
Yeah, kind of mostly about the potion, because he's thinking that might be like why, but he'll go to kind of like pocket that, and then go to open up the scroll tube.
So, Uranix's gonna look to you and his spoils you are not welcome to. I'll take that potion. And then she kind of like reaches forward the scroll tube, and basically has you hand that to her as well.
So Dalton he'll probably hesitate for a moment, but then um, he will go to hand them over. As I said, merely looking for anything that might be useful.
And it was well done if his body was trapped. We appreciate your willingness to sacrifice yourself, Scaris. And as she hands like the scroll tube to Audon, you'll see Uranek basically spreads like two scrolls from within, or two pieces of parchment. One of which you'll actually see is what she hands to him. He takes a moment to read, and then kind of like looks back to her. It's as we suspected. He brought us here to stop the Brotherhood. It would appear that the Rinnis has sent him to destroy the Brotherhood. They expected us of some treachery. Perhaps this means Wunatad did not take part, and it was just the Ebon Hand. And again, Wunatad is the guy I was looking for previously.
Okay, he's the guy from the tolling bell, right?
Yep.
Oh,
And shit, let me actually. Shigma Wuntad. You guys have kind of come across him a few times, both in that actual day, and then I feel like he was named by damn it. Your connection in the inverted pyramid. Va. God, there's so many NPCs. I deleted all of their names because I had like 30 NPCs on my notes, And this is why I had 30 NPCs on my notes, is because I needed quick access to all those names. I'm so sorry, guys.
No, no worries.
So yeah, they look over this note for a few moments here. And then they will actually pass that little note on to you here, Dalton. And I think I'm gonna drop that in Discord. Damn, you should see it there. Rinus's note to Regalak. And effectively, all it's basically saying is, that they expected the Brotherhood of Venom to like betray them, but you do gain a little bit more of a sense, and these two are at least at present friendly enough to you that they hand it over, so you guys can kind of like sense these like bone creatures are the experiment. These were the people who used to live in this apartment.
Okay, maybe I have to. I don't know. Maybe I have to restart Discord because I'm not seeing the note.
Oh, my bad. I didn't press enter. I'm so sorry. Thank you for bringing that up. I loaded it and then I didn't
Oh,
press enter to send it. My
okay.
bad.
See it now. No, no worries.
Yeah. So again, they hand it to you because like you've got them effectively, on a friend like basis here. So you do gain that little bit of extra information that like this whole test, this whole meeting was related to those like humans. They were basically perverted by that venom that you guys now have some of. And this was like the test in the experiment. And it was also potentially when the Ebon Hand was hoping they could betray and destroy the rest of this group.
Gotcha. So he will, yeah. So Dalton will take a moment to read the note, and then he'll hand it off to like he'll turn to like kind of I guess he'll probably hand it off to Karina first because she's the other one who's like a proven member or disguised as a proven member, and then
I mean, this is one of those things you guys all should know. Nephrindel was leading you guys all here. Urafin is effectively above the two of them at this point.
oh yeah, okay, so maybe he'll hand it to Nephrindel. Yeah, that makes more sense.
But yeah, at this point, they are going to kind of like Uronic is gonna rifle through the body a little bit, and then they are going to effectively make their exit here. She'll take a few things, nothing big, nothing super obvious, and then you'll basically see as they kind of like stand, and you'll see Oban kind of look to you again and deal with them as you desire, brother. And we shall see you all soon.
Dalton will give a kind of a small, kind of nod. Until then.
So you had a sense of like what was on the body. They don't like take the staff, and that staff was like a nicer object. You don't really see what she does kind of step away with when she does like basically pilfer this body. But on some level, you basically see Uronic take something, clearly not his armor and clearly not the quarterstaff, but basically kind of walks away. So if you wanted, you could look over the body again to see what they left. But otherwise, at this point, they're pretty much going to make their way down the stairs and out of this apartment.
Yeah, I think Dalton was. I mean, he was kind of thinking in his mind, like, do we, you know, do we let them leave? But he's going to ultimately opt for basically trying to keep up the facade he's been doing, and he would not try to stop them from leaving. But obviously, I don't want to. I'll leave it up to Jinx and Gale what they want to.
I think once they're like turned the other way and would like start walking, Jinx would definitely be like confused and not sure what's going on here. So he's gonna like kind of throw up like the like throat slitting and then like shrug his shoulders. Like, what are we doing here?
I think Dalton, in response to that, would just kind of give like he'd try to give like a short, like kind of sharp shake of his head and like hold up one hand almost in like the slow motion.
Wait, you saying shaking your head yes or no?
No, like a shake, like kind of downwards and to the side, and then like a hand up to like, um, almost like a slow down kind of gesture.
All right, can I roll to see if I interpret this correctly or not?
I mean, you guys have fought together long enough that I feel like you could gesture between yourselves. So you can kind of decide in the long run what you guys want to do here without just describing the gestures. So if Dalton is trying to signal to slow it down, I think Jinx has plenty of reasons to understand that. It's just a question of like, do you guys, the three of you players, want to go with that idea of letting these two go? Or do you guys, the other two of you, want to kill these people? Because realistically, I think we've got a vote from Dalton that he wants to let them go. So do Jinx and Gale want to take these guys out?
And just to clarify, so Dalton's basically trying to signify like he's thinking, no, let's let them go for now. But I, as a player, if Jinx wants to either inadvertently or willfully misinterpret that, I have no objection to that. So Dalton is thinking let him go, but I'm good either way.
I thinking Gale would probably like signal like no, like not sure like how you would signal, but yeah, signal that to like knock them out or like put them to sleep or something. Because we don't have to kill them, we could just knock them out, tie them up, so to say. So he's trying to go for that. Knock them out, search them.
I'm okay with whatever. The way I look at it is this is kind of Dalton's rodeo, like because he took like the lead on it with the disguise and everything. So Jinx is whatever. But also, I'm gonna tell you straight up, I was as Jinx the character and also as myself confused whether or not you were saying slow things down as in cast slow on them, or slow things down as in don't like slit their throats, like try to kill them.
Okay, yeah, more no, the latter. I'll have to remember that Jinx has the slow spell and think of a better.
Slow is really powerful.
Yeah, like when you said like you like put your hands up and then like look down into like the side, I was like, wait, was that like a yes nod, a no nod? You want me to cast slow? You don't want me to do anything? So that's why I was like gonna roll to see if he interpreted it correctly. But that's fine. Yeah, I'm good. I'm not gonna jump the gun on anything here.
I mean, I feel like it's a solid time for you guys to decide to do otherwise. Because, like you said, like he says, slow it down. That could be slow, or like, please don't take this to hostility right now. You've got Gale ready to put him to sleep. Like, you guys have the option. Otherwise, you also now have these two slightly more like charmed to the side of you guys are even like further infiltrated into this cult of the Brotherhood of Venom.
Yeah, that's kind of Dalton's thought here. Is maybe we can use this in the future, and that's his thought as to why maybe we don't take them out immediately.
I mean, the idea of a force for like good and order taking over a cult of evil cultists just sounds absolutely hilarious.
Well, were we hoping to get a lead about where the king is, or like who had him, or anything? Also,
That actually is one of the other times that you have heard the name of Unitad. You've basically that was one of the connections Dalton made. With I think some of the research you guys did was the return to the idea that would be using this to the cults would be using this to bring about the Night of Dissolution, and that it's like basically bringing the barbarians to the front. So like that's where this like is kind of going. You want to get closer to Untad.
Yeah, I feel like we have at least a suspicion that the cults are either I mean, they might just be using the situation to their advantage, but I think we have at least a suspicion that they may have been more directly involved with the disappearance of the barbarian king.
And part of why I say specifically you guys know Untad is because of your time with the Paladin Order. You heard them say he was a member of, oh man, he led another cult as the leader in the Pythonese house. And then when they ousted that, like the Red Circle, I can't remember the name of that cult. When they ousted that cult from the Pythonese house, he wasn't there, but you guys identified him as being there as a member of the Tolling Bell. So he's like a reoccurring character through all of these cults. And now you've got him leading like the convergence of the Brotherhood of Venom, the Ebon Hand, and the Tolling Bell. He's just a central figure that seems to be coming up every single time you talk about like the active cults in Tullus.
Right. Yeah. So to the immediate question, yeah, Dalton's vote is to let them go for now.
Yeah, I think you guys have effectively let them go at this point. So it's basically they kind of walk down the stairs. They've basically told you to go about your business, but have effectively exited for the moment here. You guys can move forward as if they're suspicious of you and watching you. You can move forward as if they are completely like lacking in suspicion of you and just go on their way. And you guys can continue to act like heroes in this place. You can kind of move forward however you would like, but basically, those two have exited this present scene.
Gotcha. So I think Dalton's gonna kind of once they've left and maybe like walk down the stairs, he'll kneel down over
My
the
bad. I
body.
will make sure to say they would take that letter because there's some level where that's still like evidence, sort of against, like indicting the Ebon Hand.
Oh yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. Yeah, so I think Dalton will he'll kneel down over the body again. He'll probably pick up the staff and kind of hold it out towards Gale, almost like anything you know you'd be interested in, and then he'll probably um, assuming that they took whatever they wanted, he will just do kind of another kind of cursory search to see if they left anything behind that we might be able to use.
Do another investigation for me, please.
17.
Gotcha. So you'll notice that the person is still, again, they've got that quarterstaff. It's definitely a really nice quarterstaff with a chance to like appraise it, like look over it. You have a solid like understanding that this quarterstaff is pretty valuable. I think for what it's worth, like always, I'll tell you the value. You guys don't necessarily know it, but this is more just for record keeping. The quarterstaff's worth approximately 100 gold pieces. The person is still wearing chainmail. As far as things go, that's one of those things where, trying to sell it, it might be worth the full value when you go to sell it, might be worth significantly less. But chainmail is a pricier item to sling. Um, the potion is gone. The spell scrolls are gone, or like anything in the scroll thing is gone. The ring they were wearing is gone, but their coin purse still remains. And there's approximately 70 coins inside of it, 56 gold pieces and 15 silver pieces. But otherwise, that's effectively what this person has left.
Gotcha. Yeah. So Dalton will kind of hold out the staff towards Gale, and he's not going to take the time to like count the coins, but he will take the coin purse, and then figure we'll take a closer look and divvy up the any loot in there later. He'd probably open it up real quick just to make sure it's see if there's anything else in there besides coins. But once he sees it's just coins, he'll close it back up again.
I mean, as far as simplicity goes, if you guys wanted to take 9 gold pieces and 2 silver pieces a person, that splits up the coins.
Yeah, that's easier. Yeah, and that's a 6-way split, right?
Yeah. But if you guys
Yeah.
just do that now, that just solves any issues of later on when you go for the coins. It's already solved.
Yep, that works for me. And then kind of once that's done, he'll look back towards the others and look towards this. This is another door to our south here.
Yep, there's a door to the south from this room still, and my bad. I don't know if it's significant, but I should have said it before. But there is another hole in the wall to the east. Is that actually visible there?
I can see. Yeah, it looks like.
Yeah, I've got enough of that wall revealed. But yeah, that room is effectively empty from what you can see through the hole. And there's another hole in the wall on its west side. And then there's a door on the south side of that room as well.
Dunn will look back towards Jinx and Gale, and then should we check it out? And he'll kind of gesture towards the door to his south.
Yeah, I mean, I'm down to keep exploring, but kind of just did what we came to do, didn't we?
Yeah, but maybe make sure that there's no nasty surprises for if anyone wants to move in again.
Sure, sure. I'm okay with the extermination mission. Might be some more civilians too. We could rescue them at least. Could have a look just in case. But it is mission accomplished, though, right?
We certainly have a lead. Should we find ourselves needing to retreat hastily, I think we can call this a success. But while we're here, might as well see if there's any more good we might be able to do, any more information we might be able to find. And it kind of takes a little bit for Dalton to like return to his normal voice. Like he starts like he's still conversing a little bit in like kind of his deeper Scaris voice, but then kind of catches himself and returns to his more normal. And he will kind of with that response, and he will go to open the door to the south.
When you open this door, you see. I don't even know how to describe this room because it's got that weird little like separation in it. Maybe it was like a bathroom or something, and those are like stalls. It's kind of weird to imagine what the point of that room would have been. But I don't have the rooms designed as to what they are. So let's say it's kind of like a restroom, and those are effectively like stalls there. And you have two cocoons inside of this room, one in each of these little alcoves.
So Dalton will start cautiously approaching the one down here to the south, the west part of the room, and go to.
You all have passive perceptions like over 13, right?
Dalton is 16.
Yeah, Gales is just 13.
Yeah, mine is actually 13. Yep.
Oh wait, what are Dalton and Gales?
Dalton's up to 16. Um,
Yeah, and Gales was 13.
Okay, gotcha. I just updated that because I did not have that for you, Dalton. But
yeah,
yeah, so
yeah.
I
I think
think
I took.
all of you, it's all good. I think all of you are good enough to recognize as you head into this room, these cocoons are not like the others. These cocoons still are intact. Nothing has burst free from these. So you can reasonably assume there is a human inside of these, which at some point will become one of those bone creatures or die. You don't necessarily know how that one died from the lower floor, but those are the two results that kind of comes from this.
So Dalton kind of seeing that's gonna move back a bit towards the others, and he's gonna suggest, you know, if I don't think we can save the people in there, might be best just to try and burn those things.
If you're waiting for some moral objection or something like that, it's not going to come from me, but I'm not going to be the one to burn this whole place down. I mean, that was my plan when we got here.
Gail, any objections?
No, I don't think whoever was put in those cocoons would ever want to become what they are, and I would prefer death or becoming one of those things. So he will like ready a fire bolt in his hand.
I mean, this whole place is gonna go up, don't you think? Should we finish searching first? I mean, what's the chance they're gonna like hatch while we're standing here? Can't be but a couple more rooms to look through.
I'm sure we can keep the fire from it to be a controlled burn. We can keep the fire from spreading.
Yeah,
All right, fair enough.
So Dalton's going to approach this one, and he's going to take out a flask of oil, like the lantern oil, one of the spare ones, and he's going to start kind of like dumping it over the cocoon, and then
Oh, did I disconnect there? Does somebody have control flames?
no, I don't have control flames, but I have firebolt.
So you can start a fire.
Yeah, not sure how we're gonna contain it though. I'm actually thinking about that.
okay, because I was thinking, didn't we use prestidigitation to like? Is it specifically like a campfire that you can use, or is it like a fire of equivalent like size and strength that we could use to prestidigitation to snuff out?
Precipitation is instantly light or snuff out like a candle torch or a small campfire. So I guess if we don't let it start burning too much, which I think like lamp oil would probably help it burning pretty good. Not sure how flammable the cocoons are on their own.
I mean, I'm really not that worried. If we accidentally burn the place down, I was just trying to be civilized.
Yeah, I think what it comes down to with prestidigitation is you guys can control some amount of fire there. But I would say, vastly speaking, the moment something is like, I don't know, feels like the type of fire that most people would like start to panic over, it's well beyond prestidigitation. If these things light and they're remotely flammable, you're probably well beyond what prestidigitation will do. If they light and they're not necessarily flammable, you're probably good with prestidigitation. You don't necessarily know how flammable this material is.
Okay, I guess the other option is we could try to just like cut through and kind of. I guess the danger there is that if we do that, it, if there's something metamorphosizing inside of there, it attacks us. But if we don't want to burn it, I guess the other option is we could try to just kind of like cut it and destroy it that way.
I mean, I'm not much of a stabber. I'm more for bonking. So, I mean, we could just burn it, and if it gets out of hand, you know, kick the other doors open real quick and get the hell out of here. I mean, if there's how many of these things we found, God knows what's crawling around in the walls and how many more of those bugs are in the carpet and who knows what else. I mean, Cola's probably be better off if we burn this place down. Now, the neighboring apartment buildings I can't speak so much for.
And it's those that I am a bit worried about. I mean, just gonna throw it out. I have Cone of Cold, I think. No, it's Rhymes Binding Ice, but it's like a 30-foot cone of cold. Would that work to put down a fire? It is like creating ice formations for a minute. What I hit. That is pretty cold.
I mean, your guess is as good as mine. Honestly, I would imagine using a spell would be enough to do something, as opposed to if the cantrips get out of control.
I think the biggest thing about using spells that are not meant to do what you are trying to do is that you're just not going to know how they affect it. And I'm going to have you roll a random die to see randomly if something happens. If you guys want to cause fires that don't burn down the entire city, somebody should get control flames. That's what that spell does.
Yeah, definitely getting on that.
All right, so Dalton's going to. All right, why don't we try this? He's going to pull out his sword, the long sword, and maybe we'll just like try and cut this thing in two, and he'll just try that.
Gotcha. So you're just gonna like stab into. Is it piercing damage or slashing?
The long sword is slashing.
Gotcha. So you're just going to basically like slash through and try to kill what is inside of it, so it is no longer growing.
Yes. Yep.
Gotcha. Roll a perception check.
Isn't that one? 7 total.
Gotcha. So you're cutting through something that is very similar to like trying to like cut through almost like paper or cardboard. It's not necessarily like difficult to cut through. Mechanically, it has higher AC, but that's almost because it's just filled with layers and layers of this like filament. And as you like cut through and get to the person inside, you basically experience this person is cut by your sword, screams horrifically, and dies a very human death. As far as you're gonna feel afterwards, you just killed a civilian. They were still human at present, or at least resembling so. Do you want to go do that to the second one?
I think Dalton he's thinking in his head like Gale's the point that Gale made is correct. Like eventually these things are gonna turn into some monstrosity, but I think kind of theoretically he understands that, but I think after kind of killing one, he's not gonna be able to be up for doing it a second time. And was there, after killing this one,
Nephrindel's gonna come forward, and they were human enough. Perhaps that venom hasn't done everything yet. It might be worth us trying to extricate the other one, or even searching through the rest of this place to see if we can save anyone.
if we can. And that kind of makes Dalton feel even worse about kind of what he just did, but he'll kind of like thinking, okay, maybe if we can save a one or two, I can redeem myself for jumping the gun a bit.
Neffy's gonna look at you and she's gonna say, "The six of us agreed that they were beyond saving, and that killing them was the right choice. It wasn't your hand, but all of ours that killed that person. We all have that on us."
Yeah, don't sweat it, buddy. I was gonna bonk him. It just wouldn't have been efficient. That's all. You want me to bonk the other one?
No, I think Neffy's right. If they haven't, the transformation hasn't fully taken hold. Maybe we can extricate them. Should at least try.
So, with effort, you guys can cut this next person out. It seems silly to make you like try to attack it with an AC 15 and 10 hit points versus just saying with enough time you can cut the person out. But let me have Dalton roll a just roll a d20. This is a Constitution saving throw for the person inside. I rolled this on the one that you cut the person out of. When you guys basically extricate this person, like by the time you like cut away the cocoon, this person basically is going to be like dying in your hands. It's not quite like an alien level of death where they're like suffering, but you can basically see something about this venom has already taken them past being able to survive without completing the the process, and it's almost like they needed that like amniotic sac to survive. So trying to remove these people who are inside of these still living cocoons is either going to kill them, like save them, which you don't know if it's possible yet, or you can kill them and they can potentially die violently by your hand. But so far, that was at least the most like peaceful way for the person to die, if that kind of makes sense.
Gotcha. Yeah. So it's like in the first one basically smothered a person. Oh, even more violent than that. But then the second one just you unhook the machine and they go a little more peacefully.
Yeah, that sounds about right. The first one, part of the problem was is you were slashing to like just destroy the body, and you eventually cut into a human who didn't realize that they were being euthanized. This one is much more like a euthanasia, where they're just allowed to die.
Yeah. But yeah, so Dalton will still feel a little, he'll feel a little bit better about this one. At least we can say we tried. Uh,
But you now have also an extra sense of what the corpse might have been on the lower level, that somebody tried to remove that person or something tried to remove that person and they just died. Like the process wasn't complete, but they also were not like capable of surviving as a human.
oh yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. So should we see if there are any more? Do a quick check of these other rooms before we get the hell out of here.
Yeah, let's do that. See if there's anything we can do.
Is that hole big enough to like actually walk through, or we have to go out and?
Yeah. There are holes like through the wall that you can easily walk through.
Oh, okay.
Gotcha. So hold up, guys. I got Gale and Tom going through that hole first. Um, Gale, let me have you roll a dexterity saving throw, and Tom can roll one as well.
Ah, this is great. Let's see. Oh, I did good at least. That's a, let's see, 15 plus. Yeah, a 17 to Gale and an 8 to Tom. like whatever happened, I
All right,
traded it.
what was Gale save? My bad.
17 for Gale and 8 for Tom.
All right, excellent.
I was about to ask, like, is there like the same purpley gooey stuff, but
So this room, when you walk into it, there's no signs of any like anything other than like the strewn debris and whatnot. It just looks like kind of any other room. You know, the door or the wall is kind of being torn apart, the door being like torn off the hinges. You know, that's extra damage. But basically, when Gale walks into this room, it otherwise looks relatively normal. As he takes a step in, nothing happens. 2 steps, 3 steps, he hears like a little extra creaking, and on his 4th steps, as he's about 10 feet into the room, one of his feet is going to go like right through the floor, and part of like the floorboards are going to kind of fall out around him. But basically, as the floor starts to collapse a little bit around Gale, there's just like, you know, say a little bit of, say, like a plumbing line or something, like, you know, where there's like a little bit of metal like in the like subflooring kind of thing. It's like just enough that Gale catches himself on a little bit of extra. Tom's like walking in behind him, but basically Gale has stepped into this room and like gone through the floor. Tom's like stepping on it and can feel like how weakened the floor is, like where he is, as basically another hole kind of like opens up beneath Gale. But you kind of have a solid idea, like, get Gale out of there. He's standing basically on like a tiny little bit of, you know, say like tin water piping. Um, and probably don't just casually walk through that room.
yeah. So I guess Dalton will try to maybe help Tom to pull Gale back to more solid ground. Suppose we should have expected some structural deficiencies given what we've seen of this place.
Yeah, that probably would have been prudent.
I mean, we could probably just take the long way around, right?
Might be better, but say watch yourself, watch your step regardless. No telling where else the foundations might have been weakened.
All right. Why don't you let me go first? You guys are looking a little bit roughed up there.
No objection from me.
It's been a long day. All right, I'll open this door.
Roll a perception check for me.
14.
Roll an initiative for me.
12.
Oh, I thought I had you on that one. Damn jack of all trades. As you open this door, you kind of like immediately hear like a little bit of like the clicking of bone, and very quickly realize that you've like already kind of done it, that you've opened another room that has one of these creatures. sort of just passively kind of inside of it. And pretty similar to how it happened like at the first level, when you open the door, they immediately like charge into action, but you just hear like the clicking of the bone of the teeth. And the moment the door starts to move, like its head just swings directly into what would be eye contact with you. And you may go first here, Jinx. What would you like to do?
So you'll see Jinx like reach down real quick for his pistol, and then instead he grabs the boomerang. He's gonna hold it up, and you'll see the electricity start crackling, and I'm gonna hit him with the lightning bolt. So it's dexterity for
Dex 15. Solid miss. My bad, my bad. That's me missing the save. He's going to take the full damage.
That is by far the most damage I have ever done. Not in a single attack, in a single session.
What did you roll?
26.
I feel like 28 is average for a fireball. So you guys see as like Jinx flings open this door and like immediately like pulls out his boomerang and shoots like a lightning bolt into the room. What is everyone else doing, Gale and Dalton?
Oh,
And is
right after I do that too, I'm just gonna look back over my shoulder and just yell, "I'm going in."
So I think Dalton does not want to immediately rush in. He is going to he's going to pull out his hand crossbow to fire at this thing once. And I think he's kind of he's hanging back for a moment here, trying to figure out his next move. But first attack will be his hand crossbow. And actually, if Jinx is running up, can he have waited to fire until Jinx got there and maybe potentially distracted it for a
attack?
moment? Yeah.
I believe so, yeah.
All right, so I'll do that. So, okay, it'll be a 26. I assume would hit for.
I think you guys narrowed down that these things are effectively 16 AC in your original fight with them. So that's information that like Jinx and Gale might have, like Chris and Justin. So I don't think there's any reason for you not to know. They are effectively 16 AC.
Gotcha. Okay. So that's going to be 7 damage total.
Excellent.
And that will be all Dalton's going to be doing there.
How about from Gale?
Gale will shoot out a Melf's Acid Arrow. Let's see if it hits. That's a nat 20.
Solid crit.
And that's 5d4 acid damage. Let's see.
Gotcha. So it's doing 20 plus 5d4?
So another 15. And then it takes, let's see, what is it on its turn? At the end of its next turn, it takes another 3d4. That's the weird thing. Because how does that
Gotcha.
affect with crit? Is it just like... I feel like it would still only be the 3d4.
It's just the initial damage. It's going to be part of the crit.
Yeah, I felt like that would be it. Can it be weird if they critted like later?
Yeah, that's one of the things where I mean, it kind of makes sense if you just say it like as it's like an arterial wound kind of thing. You've got like direct access to the blood, so it's more effective. But in the long run, I think it just makes sense to say a crit is just for that initial damage. That extra potency from being like directly into an artery or directly into a vein, whatever, is just part of the extra damage. So, how about from Tom, Karina, and Neffy?
Yeah, I think Karina is gonna run forward to try and give Jinx some assistance, assuming she can make it up there to stab out at it.
Neffy throws an acid vial and hits herself.
Yeah, she goes to pull it out and like does like the old grenade thing where you like pull the like pin and throw the grenade, but like does the opposite. So she
She
like
throws
pulls
the
the cork,
cork
she
and
pulls the
drops
cork,
the vial.
throws it, and then drops the acid on herself.
Has anybody used inspiration? I don't believe so. I think that's the second time Jinx has rolled a 1 and nobody's used it.
Yeah, I'm still inspired up.
Yeah, I
Same
was
here.
thinking about doing it on that save when I did my attack, and you rolled it so quick and rolled so bad. I was like, oh, I guess I didn't have to use it. So it's kind of like the dice never lie.
All right.
Karina rolled a 16, so I think that hits, and it would be for 9 piercing.
Excellent.
And I think Tom will just dash in because he can't get close enough without dashing. Oh wait, he's a rogue.
He's
Bonus
a
action?
rogue. We can have him bonus action. Yeah, I don't think it's part of their character sheet, but I don't see why he can't. I think it's more their character sheet is not being complicated than necessarily to say that they can't do rogue stuff.
I feel like that would hit. Yeah, 17 plus 6. Let's see.
Solid hit. Yep.
For 12 damage.
Nice crit, by the way, Chris. That was epic.
Yeah, that's my second nat 20 so far this session.
Yeah, so just in comparison to like the previous fight, this one is definitely already close to death before it has even taken a turn. Alrighty. Yeah, so it is going to just kind of see as like the creature like sees or rather like reacts as if it is seeing like Nephrindel above all. Oh, you know what? I rolled this twice before. And I really rolled. Okay, yeah. So it's kind of sees like Nephrindel or reacts as if, and it's going to kind of like reaching up into the ceiling. You see as it like shoots the bones of its hand like through the ceiling and just almost like climbs across the ceiling, and it is going to basically climb over Jinx and Karina and Nephrindel before as it kind of like climbs across the ceiling. Tom will get a attack of opportunity. You are welcome to roll that here. And it is going to that'll be a miss. Go to bite into Nephrindel as it slashes its claws out at Jinx. Um what's Neffy's AC? She's like medium armor, so she's like 16 AC. I've got a rolled 12. I think you guys know that's
16,
a
yeah.
hit.
Um, Yeah, I can't really do anything right now.
Gotcha. Make a Constitution saving throw with her, and it is a 15.
Nice. I got
Fucking
an
shit.
18. Oh yeah.
Damn it. I can't even threaten Neffy. And then 2 claws into Jinx.
Can I
One of
attempt
those
to?
claws should hit with a rolled 16.
Oh, Jinx is pretty lightly armored, right?
Yeah, I've only got 14 armor, so I would just let it go through. I mean, you do whatever you want, obviously.
Yeah, he's standing. He's kind of he's like layering right on top of you. Yeah, I think. Yeah, okay. So I will not cutting words that.
Gotcha. So you will be grappled and restrained as it stabs its claws into you. And again, the bones like start to grow like through your body. And you're gonna take 9 piercing damage as it starts to cut into you. And it will go back around to you all. If this creature can manage to live through this turn, it is already preparing to bite into Jinx as it grows those protrusions from its face.
Yeah.
Oh, is that the poison damage? My bad. How much
Yeah,
was
the
that?
acid. This extra 7 acid damage at the end of its turn.
Yeah, I mean that puts it officially in mortally wounded. As the acid like starts to eat through the last of like one of its arms is like almost falling off as the acid like eats through the bone.
So Jinx is like clearly like in some serious pain here, and he's gonna just look out at the thing and say, "That was the last mistake you'll ever make, putting your hands on me." And then I'm gonna hit him with a vicious mockery. Wisdom 15.
If you get a kill with a vicious mockery, I'm just gonna be sad.
It's 15. Wisdom.
My bad. 1 second.
Oh, you're good. You're good. Take your time. If it goes through, it's 6 damage.
All right, I just rolled hit points to see if it was like at a different level, and I rolled 1 less than average. It's definitely why average is so perfect to just avoid rolling. And you said wisdom 15. I'm gonna fail. So you said 6 more damage.
And I think Dalton is kind of.
My bad. Hold up 1 second, just for significance sake. Did you say 6 damage, Jinx?
Oh, yeah. My bad. Yep, 6 damage.
All right.
If
Yeah,
he
that's
hits.
all it's gonna take to kill it. So between the acid and a vicious mockery, just to give the bards a little bit of love on vicious mockery, this thing's going to die to the first of your efforts and die at the vicious mockery. You can see like that last bit of humanity, and it just has a not so peaceful death, recognizing that even in this state, it's still a failure. It's always been a failure.
Well, I think he got the point. Won't be making that mistake again. Everybody else doing okay?
Yeah, I'm okay. I was barely in the fight. But anyone else feel kind of bad? Feel like we bullied it to death.
No, I definitely do not feel bad that we killed whatever the hell these damn things are. I'm sure it would have literally bit your head off if it had a chance.
Oh yeah, no, I mean,
Like died with the bone protrusions starting to like point towards your like eye sockets as if it's like about to like inject this thing, into your eyes. My bad. What were you saying there, Gail?
Yeah, no, don't get me wrong. I'm not sad it's dead and they're all unharmed. Just the way it all happened feels kind of wrong.
This coming from the one who bore a pretty big hole right into its, I'm going to say, digestive tract with that acid arrow. I think an insult or two, not such a bad way to go.
Oh, I get what you're doing here, Gail. It's a bit, right? You're like joking around about how you got the kill, or I got the kill, but it should have been yours. Or I know you don't actually feel bad for that thing.
Yeah, all right, never mind.
It'd be like our kill. We'll just keep it on my mantle. That's all.
Yeah, no, it's okay. You can have it. All yours.
I'm sure there's another one right behind this door. And as I say that, Jinx is gonna open the door.
Gotcha. So opening up the door, you are going to see another room kind of ransacked and hustle about. There is another door on the south side of this room, and there are two more of those cocoons on the southwestern side of the room.
Watch your step, Jinx. Floor might not be too sturdy.
Should be all right. Doesn't look all beat up like the other room, does it?
They all look kind of the same level of beat up. There really wasn't any actual sign to like tell you to watch out for the floor in that other room.
Okay. I guess I'll kind of like tiptoe a little, like light on my feet, even though it probably doesn't make a difference. But I'm gonna go towards the cocoons.
Gotcha. Let me have you roll a dexterity saving throw.
24.
Gotcha. So do you imagine this like tiptoeing is like you slowly putting pressure like on your toe and then like moving pressure down to the ball of your foot and then like across your arch down to your heel? Or do you think this is like tiptoeing, you're like, I don't know, doing that like quintessential like Looney Tunes thief walk of your like walking on the tips of your toes like quickly? You know what I mean? The difference there?
Yeah, you're like, he looks like he's either really smooth right now or like kind of ballerine-esque in like a weird way, and not like looking cool either.
Gotcha. So it's like quick, like hits, and then you move on. You like step and move.
Yeah, like super animated too.
All right. So you guys see as he like prances forward. I almost think like Pink Panther levels of like walking on his like tippy toes as he like prances across this room. And as Jinx gets close to one of these cocoons, so he's say like 10 feet into the room or like 15 feet into the room, there's just a thud as you hear like this like splashing sound, and you guys all see is like a purple mass just thumps down onto the floor right behind Jinx.
Is it the same? Does it look like the same kind of goo that got Gale before?
Yeah, it's another one of these gelatinous things. This is the second time now you guys have seen one drop, and like second time it's like dropped, but this one missed, uh, like hitting on top of Jinx, and Jinx just kind of prances forward, you know, on some level, none the wiser, but basically you guys will hear like the splotch of it behind him. But you can kind of gather why you guys saw that one on the ceiling in the room with the hole. It's because they are ambush predators. These things drop on you from above. It might be wise to look at the ceiling of rooms when you enter rooms.
And then once it drops, have we noticed any signs of like further mobility after it's dropped from the ceiling?
As far as these things go, you're not sure like how they get into position, but these things appear to not be able to move. Their dropping is about the only movement they have. Specifically, part of why I described a little bit of like almost the somersault from the one that dropped on Gale is because like how it dropped seems to denote like a liveliness or like a consciousness that the fact that it would appear not to be able to move like doesn't support kind of thing. You know what I mean? Like it's these things move 5 feet an hour.
Okay. No, but I definitely, yeah, I
So
definitely got the sense from the one on Gale that it had some sort of like sentience or at least like awareness of its
that's what I
surroundings.
was trying to get at. Yeah, because if you just sat there and stared at one of these things, it's just like almost like a water spot on the ceiling. But like when you walk under it, how it drops from the ceiling clearly screams, "Holy shit, this thing's conscious." So yeah, it's like sizzling on the floorboards behind Jinx. You know, there's that one little section. Again, that's a 10 by 10 like square as you enter this room. You guys can easily avoid it. This stuff does not create like pseudopods that it's reaching out for you. It is just a mass of purple goo on the ground, and you can just walk around it with no danger.
And so Dalton will move into the room behind Jinx, do a scan of the ceiling, just hoping to make sure there's no more of these things waiting to drop down on us in the room.
Yeah, as far as things go, that's the last one.
No, okay.
So you guys can move into this room. You again have a door to the south side. You've got the hole in the wall to the east, and these are again two more cocoons that would appear to have humans inside of them. If you would like to kill the people, you can kill the people. If you would like to try to extricate the people, you can try to extricate the people. If that is your decision, I would say, can I have Jinx and Gale roll a d20 for the constitution saves of these people once you destroy the cocoon?
It's 12.
And a 16.
Yeah, so as far as you all can tell, removing these cocoons is a death sentence for these people. It's just a little bit more of, again, kind of like a euthanasia level of they pass peacefully. There's no like pain and suffering from it. It just seems like it's almost like unplugging life support, and they expire. But these two people as well are going to pass as you remove the cocoon and basically break the amniotic sac.
I'll bonk mine just in case.
while while they are still living, you just want to add some murder, or like after they peacefully expire, you're going to add then some drama.
Afterwards, it's like the double tap, just to make sure they're actually dead.
Gotcha. So everybody witnesses after this person passes that Jinx, just for assurance's purposes, cracks their skull open with a gold-lined ring.
I mean, what the fuck?
Don't think they're zombies there, Jinx.
I mean, I don't know a ton about their anatomy or whatever, but just to make sure. I mean, I don't know. It felt right. You want me to do yours, Gail?
No, no, that's fine. Please let it be. Don't think there's any need for that.
It's the thought that counts. I mean, I would have healed him if there was any saving him. It's not like I'm just out here bloodthirsty, killing everybody I can. I mean, I want to make sure nobody, you know, comes back or whatever.
I mean, I'm starting to think about you. I think you need therapy.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. You're the one poking around with everything that dies for the last like month, and I need therapy? Of course, I need therapy. We all know that. But let's not pretend like you don't need therapy. You've got a weird obsession with dead bodies.
I mean, what do you mean? Weird. I just checked them over to see if how they died. Why? That's
I
not
mean, I
weird.
didn't mean like weird, like in a bad way. I meant like I see a smile that often people do not get, a gentle smirk of joy every time, right as you prepare to dive in to a dead body, freshly deceased. And I'm not saying it's weird, any weirder than like I'm weird or Dalton's weird or, I mean, look at Nefrendale, she's weird as hell. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I'm just saying, don't point fingers unless it points back at you or whatever the saying is.
I mean, I don't smile when I don't know, just look at Dalton. I don't smile well when I look at dead bodies, right?
I always assumed you were trying to distract yourself with some other joke that you were recalling, but he's not entirely wrong.
I used to think it was about the loot, but I think there's more to it than that. I mean, there's nothing wrong with it. You can get excited. Everybody gets excited for different things.
Sociopathic bard lighting.
Yeah, Gail's just like looking between Dalton and Jinx, is getting kind of red in the face. But I don't smile when I no. And he's touching his face just to make sure that it isn't smiling right now, just to be sure.
Anyway, don't take it personally, Gail. We'll all get therapy after this. We'll have plenty of money for it, once we save the city or whatever the hell we're doing. Should we do one more of these doors and then get the hell out of here? Maybe, hopefully.
We've come this far, might as well.
Been a while
Are you
since I
kind of
could use
approaching
a
the
lot of
door
hours.
as you say that?
Yeah, Dalton will go ahead and similarly kind of still watching his step, but he will approach the door to go to open it.
Oh, okay. Wild card. Dalton, make a wisdom saving throw for me, please.
Ooh, all right. Can I use my inspiration for this?
If you would like.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Wisdom saving throws are. Yeah, I'll go ahead. And I have a terrible wisdom. All right, 15.
As you approach the door, you hear something voices? 5, 10, 15 people? It's like there's 20 people? So many voices. There's so many people behind this door.
So Dalton's gonna stop when he hears that, and he'll kind of like gesture towards Jinx and Gale to approach, and like something's going on in there. There's like a lot of people behind here.
Want me to open it?
Do you say that like as you approach as well?
Yeah, I'll definitely say it. I was like right there with Dalton. I feel like
Does
doing this.
Gale come in and approach as well?
Yeah, he would like probably approach as well. Just what's going on?
Getting right up behind him?
Yep.
Get wisdom saving throws from all three of you. Not my bad, not Dalton. You've already rolled yours right now. But
I'm gonna use my inspiration on this one too.
I've got 17.
I rolled a 1 and a 12, so it's 12 total for me.
gotcha. So as the two of you approach and get right beside Dalton, both of you also hear so many voices. A lot of voices. You guys want to move up your sidekicks, get them in on this?
No, I think they're like doing their own thing. I think Neffy's poking the slime.
Whatever Neffy is poking the slime with, it's dissolving in the acid. Actually, shit, she's the one person who probably actually has like glass stir sticks and whatnot for poking acids.
She's like taking samples, like building up immunities to slime in the future.
Are these like those myriad of voices speaking in any language we can understand?
There's too many voices for you to make any coherent message out from them. It is a literal cacophony of voices.
Okay.
But I would say yes, like there's clear language inside of it. There's clear understandable words. There's clear incomprehensible words. But in the long run, there are so many voices that it is impossible for you to distinguish what they're saying.
Gotcha. So like a crowded bar or restaurant, like you can tell they're speaking English, but focusing on any one conversation is kind of impossible. Yeah. I think Dalton's gonna start backing away because it sounds like there's way too many people on the other side of this door for us to handle.
We can't make out what they're saying or anything, like any of the actual like voices. It's just like a loud bunch of voices.
Yeah, it's too many voices to have any clear understanding of what you are hearing.
And do we have like the inclination that it would be magical in nature and it's not just like a bunch of people trapped behind the door like that we need to rescue? Because otherwise, I'm
Roll
just
an
going
intelligence check. It could be Arcana, so you could have Jack of all trades.
nice 20.
With your understanding of this apartment building, there is a 20 by 30-foot room on the other side of that door, and you hear at least 100 people talking. There's no way 100 people could be inside of that room. There's not enough space left in this place that there is not some sort of, whether it's a interdimensional space, that it's larger on the inside, or some other such answer, there is not a natural explanation for this.
So I'll just tell that to everybody. Whatever it is, whatever we're hearing, it's not natural. Something projecting it or it's some type of magic, but there's no way there's that many people behind that door.
Perhaps some sort of illusion or ward or something.
One way to find out is to open the door.
All right, let me do it. Let me do it. Y'all stand back a little bit just in case. Here goes nothing. And I will open the door or attempt to.
Gotcha. I always gotta ask for it. Let me have you roll initiative. I feel like at some point I have to roll higher.
11.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I was gonna say I've like rolled pretty low on initiative this time.
I've rolled like 3 and 4 for initiative so many times. It's insane. I just rolled a 14, and this is the one creature that has a negative initiative, but it was still enough that I've got it.
Well, I knew you were in rough shape and I rolled the 2 and beat you.
Oh, well, I mean, that's definitely part of the bards where it's just like the fucking jack of all trades is just absolutely insane sometimes.
Do you mind if we take a quick 5-minute break before we get into whatever's
Oh, that's
waiting
legit.
for us?
Yeah. We can do another fiver. Or do a fiver rather.
Yeah, that's perfect. All right, I'll see you guys in a couple.
All right, yeah, thanks.
Yeah, hello. I'm back.
Excellent. So that should be everyone. So when Jinx opens this door, everybody is going to hear this cacophony of voices at that point, as it just spreads out from this room. But you do kind of have like an extra sense of like this is like a psychic event more than perhaps that there's actually like the noise on the opposite side. But immediately upon opening the door, Jinx is going to see a blinding flash of light, and I would like you to make a dexterity saving throw for me, Jinx. Solid. So basically, there's like a glob of like purple goo seems to like fly out and like hit into the door, but it also then like pops in this like blinding flash. But Jinx is able to, kind of like shield himself enough, and basically like keep it from effectively like getting on him. Ooh. Yeah, it's definitely just a Jinx. And then there's going to be I think everybody would kind of see as there's like this glob of like purple and black goo that's like moving across the floor. And while it's not quick, it's definitely like rolling like into like little waves kind of as it goes. You can kind of see like hands like stick out of it, like like uh ocular like cavity of like an eye kind of forming and almost like pushing out of the goo, and then it like rolls over, and then like another roll kind of forms into a wave, and this one like turns into like a mouth, and you can see this like scream kind of coming out of it. and like when you see like the mouth kind of coming out of it, that one in particular like resonates with one of these voices that you can kind of hear in your head, but you can kind of see this thing like moves and it forms different little parts of bodies, but it is not a cohesive body itself. It is far more kind of like an acidic globule of goo. Not quite the same as those purple like gelatins that you've seen. This is more almost like tar-like and has a darker like black-like quality to it. Something different, but it's coming from one of these cocoons that is inside of that corner that Jinx at least can see here. I'd say these are pretty big doorways. It's pretty solid to say that like everybody can probably see that there's an empty cocoon in that door. But at least this thing kind of like rolls out, and it is going to also attempt to bite down on Jing as it like rolls up to him, forms a mouth, and it has a rolled 15.
I am going to attempt to cutting words that and be like, Jinx, watch out.
Gotcha. Let's see that cutting word.
Ooh, only -3.
And your AC is 14, Jinx.
Yeah, I'm at 14.
Should still be a hit. As it basically like rolls over Jinx and starts to like form these mouths. You actually kind of see as it's like almost rolling up his like leg, and these mouths are like biting into him, and it's like making more and more of these. It is going to deal 17 points of piercing damage to you. And I need you to make a strength saving throw, please. As you feel like all of its weight almost trying to pull you down. Yeah, you're
It's a
able to
9.
maintain your balance as this thing almost like tries to like pull you down and into the like muck of goo at the floor.
Oh wait, that is negative. It's -2. Is 9 still good?
Oh, 9 is not enough. You will like fall down into it. But you're effectively knocked prone and it's about to be your turn, so it's not that big of a deal.
Okay, I got you. I just like I
Unless
said it and I
were
didn't know
you
if you
just
heard me.
killed.
So
No, yeah, you're good. I did not hear you. It only matters if were you just killed. Because if you're dead, then things matter.
oh no, I'm not even bloodied, and like I kind of want this. I'm not
You
even
said
there.
Jinx is dead. He's in fact died inside of this thing.
Well, he was trying to light a cigarette and it didn't light, so you could call that dead, I guess. Dead inside.
So yeah, Jinx like falls down into the goo of all of these mouths, and it's back to you guys to act.
So am I just knocked prone? I'm not like grappled or anything like that.
That's correct. Just prone.
Yeah, I'm gonna try something because I never used this spell before. But black tentacles.
Oh, actually, since all of you share your turn, can I have everybody? And I'm going to do this for your sidekicks as well. Everybody, make a Wisdom saving throw, please.
That's a nat 1.
Ooh, I saw one.
Anyone need inspiration?
Oh yeah, I do. I got a 10 for mine, and then roll for the sidekicks too.
Yes, please.
Yeah, I would say give it to Jinx.
Oh wait, are you not inspired, Dalton? Do you want to just roll for it?
You just got hit pretty hard and you're prone, so I'm gonna say you go ahead and take it.
Gotcha. And 6 for Neffy.
Yeah, it was a 4 total for Gale and an 11 for Tom.
And then Dalton was a 13 and Karina was a 17.
Alrighty. So I believe, can I have a D8 from Nefrendel and Gale, please?
That's a 2 for Gale.
And 5 for Neffy.
My bad. What was it from Gale?
It's a 2.
2. You do nothing, so you have no turn, so you won't be able to do what you were about to. And you also have no reactions. And Neffy was a 5.
Yeah.
She can take no action nor a bonus action, but can move randomly. So your uses all of her movement randomly. So roll a d8. 1 is northeast, and it goes clockwise from there. So she's basically going to book it into the room that has no floor. No, northeast. She's going to go east. And she's going to walk into that direction and fall through the floor as soon as she gets a little bit in there. And she'll take, oh, the d6. Just roll a constitution. Yeah, she just falls through the floor and she'll be good.
So
Sadly
Dal-
for her, she's my bad, Dalton. 1 second. Sadly for her, she's going to fall through the floor on top of the corpse of the woman down below who like did not like basically was like an aborted vile venom fiend. So she's gonna fall through the floor onto that thing, onto the body of that dead woman who's been there for days. So you'll be able to, continue her movement like next turn to try to get her back into the fight. But again, you guys should be able to see she's on the map below.
Affirmative.
My bad. What were you thinking there, Dalton?
oh, that's one way to break a fall, I guess. But yeah, so Dalton is seeing this thing kind of like almost like climb over on top of Jinx. He's gonna is he able to get through the doorway to essentially into the room with it?
Yeah, it's not blocking the door.
Okay, so we might like look towards Gale, just kind of like Gale, come on. But he's just kind of like running past, and he's going to, with a very like disgusted look in his face, try to, as this thing is like biting into Jinx, reach out and like touch one of these weird quavering masses of whatever it is and attempt to inflict wounds on it. He is going to go ahead and use third level for that.
Not difficult to hit. It is just a massive kind of gooey flesh.
All right, and that will be for oof, that's terrible damage. 15 damage, necrotic.
And how about from Jinx? What are you doing?
So Jinx gonna like crawl over to the other side there and stand up and pull out his pistol. And he's gonna point it right at the goo, and then he's gonna say, "You're not even cute like the purple goo," and I'm gonna cutting word.
How much damage did you roll?
6. It cuts deep.
I feel like a creature that's entire thing is that it is like a psychic attack of millions of voices should not be able to be affected by a psych out. Sidekicks, Karina and Tom.
Jinx is also gonna yell back, Gale, little help, please.
He sees us standing there doing nothing. Let's see.
Uh,
Tom.
Oh, go ahead.
I mean, you could go first. I just gonna run in and stab anything.
Yeah, that's
If
pretty
you can
much
get
was Karina's plan as well.
there. 11 hits, even without modifiers.
For 9 total from Karina.
And I think Tom's going to hit with a 4.
Yeah, that's a 10 total. But I am actually gonna do his signature thing, special action, low blow. Not sure, but it's basically I'm trying to knock it prone. It has to succeed a Constitution saving throw or get
Does
disadvantage
it
on
do no
all.
damage?
Yeah, it's does the signature attack and then this. So
Gotcha. Yeah, I mean, you can do it, but it's a pile of goo. It's got nowhere to fall.
yeah,
Can't be prone.
one it can't be prone. Yeah, well I figured that hasn't used any of his like things yet, so I'm just trying it out. But he does 11 damage.
Excellent. Do, do, do. Alrighty. It is going to yeah, it's gonna do the same thing where it shoots like a little bit of its goo like at Jinx. I need another dexterity saving throw to avoid this stuff basically blinding you. As it forms the little Jurassic Park uh weird dinosaur thing with the neck protrusion, shoots the goo and completely misses you. And then is going to try to bite down into Tom. Son of a bitch. And it's going to miss with the nat one. I don't think I can survive another round of combat. Unless you guys kill yourselves. I need everybody but Neferndel to make a wisdom saving throw here, please. Dalton's good.
Gonna use my
Ha
advantage.
Karina is not.
Did you say everybody but Neffy?
Yeah, Neffy's good. She's too far away. Oh, and Gale missed them both?
Yeah, that's a 9 total for my best.
Did you say you were using advantage? Like, so that was just Gale?
Yeah, that was just Gale with inspiration.
Gotcha.
And a nat 20
And
for
then
Tom.
Tom's good. Did you roll for Karina with Dalton?
That was the nat 1. Yeah.
Okay. And then you rolled for Dalton, and yours was low as well, right?
Dalton was 11. Yeah.
Okay, Dalton was good. So Karina and Gale looks like failed. Jinx, yours was over 10, right?
Yeah, natural 19 plus like.
Gotcha. Yeah.
And,
So who rolled the 8? Was that Gale?
No.
That
That was
that D8
Karina?
just now, that was for Karina. Yeah.
Gotcha. So Gale, roll a D8 for me, and then Karina, roll a D4 for me. Actually, roll a D5. So like a D10, and we'll divide it in half.
So it'd be I guess a 5.
Make a signature attack. Oh yeah, fuck it. Make the tripping attack. So a signature and a tripping attack against Jinx, please.
All right.
And what did you roll, Gale, for your D8?
I rolled a 5.
I think that was nothing. Yeah, it was
Oh
the same
no!
one.
Oh no, that's a crit.
So it's what?
It's
12
12.
plus 3, so 15 plus 2d6.
It's plus 2, so 14.
Gotcha. 14 plus 2d6.
All right. Plus 3.
So 17 damage to you, Jinx, as Karina just like swings out a leg and goes for a tripping attack, knocking out your knees. What is the saving throw on that? It's just like a strength saving throw versus, I think, 15.
Target must succeed on a Constitution saving throw or suffer disadvantage in all attacks it makes until the end of its next turn.
Is that what that one would have been there, Jinx?
Yeah, nat 1 for my saving throw. I'm also mortally wounded, and I'm gonna just look over at Karina, like from the what was it? I got tripped, right?
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah,
just
so
gonna
you're-
look. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, so you're not? It's like you're not knocked prone, but you have disadvantage on your attacks.
Okay. Well, as soon as she attacks me or whatever, I'm just gonna look over at her and give her a mean mug and just say, "You bitch."
Oh, he is no problem.
Oh no, you do. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, you are knocked prone. There's no saving throw for that. You just knocked prone, I guess. But the saving
Okay.
throw.
I'll say it to her, looking up from the ground with scorn.
But I think you rolled 2 nat 1s this turn, so 2 people got inspired as well.
Yeah, I'm like a nat 1 generating machine, so don't hold back on your inspiration. I'm gonna make it rain again.
So, Jinx, you are prone on the ground and have disadvantage on your attacks. Tom and Dalton can still operate normally. And Nephi is basically removed from the fight. She can run, if you would like, but those are the 4 of you who have something to do here. What would Jinx and Dalton like to do at present?
So Dalton is going to move closer to Jinx here. He kind of like looks toward Karina, and is it? I don't know. Can you tell immediately that like there's something like anything off with her, or I guess with Gale before?
I mean, all of you can hear just a cacophony of voices. So to say that like something is off, like you're being yelled at in your head, like you can't even think straight. All of you are susceptible to this. You've just noticed that like Netfrindel randomly like just booked it and fell through the floor. It's just that level of everybody's acting weird around this thing.
Gotcha. Yeah, Jinx is looking bad. But Dalton wants to try to quiet these voices, so he's going to try another 3rd level inflict wounds. Okay.
Solid hit. Theoretically, this is like a guaranteed kill, I think, by the averages. So
Yeah, but I rolled super low last time, so
yeah, I know.
okay, still not great. 22 that time, though, better.
Yeah, so I mean, you guys have definitely like put some pain on this thing, whatever this like mass of body parts is. It's definitely still kind of screaming around. So it's definitely still worth seeing what Jinx can bring to the party.
So Jinx is like on the ground right now. Just got smacked down, mortally wounded. Karina just betrayed him. He never trusted that bitch. And now he's just gonna reach down for his boomerang. And one more time, you see the crackle. And he's gonna say, "This is not how I plan on dying." And I'm just gonna shoot a lightning bolt. I'm gonna try not to hit anybody, but obviously, no, I'll crawl to where I need to be.
I mean, you can stand up.
I'm gonna die. I'm dying on the ground.
I think realistically, the problem is that you're gonna hit somebody with the lightning.
Mistakes were made. Oh, and I'm gonna use my inspiration that I just got to give him disadvantage on his saving throw.
Yeah. So who do you want to hit with it? Karina or Tom?
I mean, do you even have to ask that question? You just betrayed me. I'm sorry, Karina, but two can play at that game.
So she fails. She's gonna take full damage. So just roll the damage for us. I don't think she can save it, so I think this is gonna knock her down. Oh my god.
So low, 16 total.
Yeah, con 16 save from Karina
You
to
got
see if
this,
she's still
Karina.
standing.
I have one bardic inspiration. Can I help her?
No, you just cast lightning bolt.
She does
Oh,
not
it
have a
was
con
so
bonus,
close
so
too.
no.
Yeah, so it's just one of those things where like as you're like standing to send this like shockwave out of the boomerang, it like shoots off into that like corner and like into the door sill, but it's just enough that it like arcs off some of the like hardware and into Karina, and you just see as she just goes limp and falls over. This thing is just going to become a mass of like smoking goo, but you also notice there's just like bones and body parts inside of it. And it just kind of loses the cohesion, and a lot of the liquid is going to just kind of flow outward. But basically, it's going to immediately become silent as this thing dies. Uh, it's got 6 hit points. There's even if it's saved, it's going to take more than it has. So that is the end of this cacophony of a creature that seems to be some sort of error of what might happen from these cocoons. Another possible result.
So is Gale still frozen for this round?
Yeah, Gale could move. Oh, he moves in a random direction too. I forgot about that. Gale, roll a d8 for me. One is northeast.
8.
Take 3 acid damage, Gale, as you basically run all the way to the north and go through that black puddle of goo. Oh man, does it actively get on you? Don't even take the acid damage like right away. Let me have you roll a dexterity saving throw.
That is a 19.
Gotcha. So yeah, just randomly like how your footfalls come, you basically step over that little bit of it. The alternative was instead of just going through it and taking 1 bit of damage, if you had failed that, I would have attached it to you. So I feel like that's a better more potential damage, but the potential of none, and you basically just like randomly happen to step over it as you're booking it in fear from this creature.
Oh, can sidekicks get lingering injuries?
I think they should, yeah.
Because I think Karina would probably take one since she was, I think, from full to down.
Yeah,
Right,
yeah, that's definitely true. We should apply one for her. So what is that? A D12 or is that's the D20? Roll a D20 for me.
6.
6. Internal injury. Yeah, magical healing is gonna bring her back from it, so that's like almost like a non sequitur. And then
So
the other thing is just not to bring her out for 10 days, and she would be able to heal it up as well. But yeah, I think regardless heal here. I mean, even healing potions count as magical healing. So, the fact that you guys don't rely on healing kits, she's pretty much going to get the magical healing right now, unless you guys let her die.
So Jinx is gonna like from the ground, all messed up, look over at Dalton and say, "I'm sorry, Dalton. I didn't really mean it. Can you help her?"
Must have been the voices. And Dalton will kind of step, trying to not touch any of the remains of whatever this thing was. He will pump a first level cure wounds to bring Karina back.
Gotcha. So yeah, first level cure wounds is just one hit die. Normally it's 1d8.
Yes.
Yeah, so it just gives them one hit die back. And yeah, theoretically, I'd say don't step in the one where you actually are. But like if Tom got out of the way, you can easily move through it. But that's kind of the path in and out is that like left side. There's definitely the mess of awful, basically, directly south of Karina there.
Gotcha. Uh, and aside from this weird, like, I don't know if it's even like organic matter, like, is there anything? Well, actually, Dalton's not going to go digging around the remains to find out, so never mind. But he will help Jinx to his feet. And
So I think the main takeaway, like you don't necessarily have to not investigate this to basically understand. It seems like injecting a human with those vials, those 3 vials that you guys have now, injecting a human with that over a course of some amount of days turns them either A, into a corpse, they just die because it fails. B, it turns them into one of these venom thralls that seems to be controllable. And part of that controllable is from the letter that you guys received, that they're talking about, who we're fighting over who can control the venom shaped thralls. Or a C into this thing, which is like some sort of like failed goo like venom thrall.
I'm just gonna lay on the ground and smoke a cigarette. At some point in time, Neffy will get back, and she's gonna give Jinx a potion.
Red balls gives you wings. Yeah, so as far as things go here, you guys know there's like one set of rooms that you would have to navigate through that room that the floor is unsteady. And then there is the thought of the hole in the ground. But otherwise, you guys have effectively explored this place. Do you have thoughts? Like, do you want a short rest where you are and continue on to the places that are like through that room? Do you want to continue on down into the hole, or even to explore the hole? What are you thinking?
This spot right here is really, really comfortable. I highly encourage everyone else to find an equally comfortable spot. And let's just regroup for a minute.
Might not be a bad idea.
All right.
Short resting here?
Might suggest
Yes.
spreading out just a little bit on the floorboards, not to put too much weight on anyone in case. We could go back down to the first floor. Less risk of falling, I would think.
I mean, that's actually a really good idea, but I'm too comfortable to move, so.
All right, I guess here it is.
I'll drink to that. Jinx like pulls out his flask. He's gonna start sipping on it, and I'll offer anybody a cigarette or a drink if they want it.
Yeah, Dalton will take him up on that. We've been through a lot today.
I know that's right. We have definitely been through a lot. This is one of those days that just feels like it's been dragging on for weeks. And I'm not saying I haven't had a good time, but god damn, about to make a hut right here and go to sleep if I could. Oh shit, is Gail still hypnotized by that thing or whatever? I haven't seen him move for a minute. You okay there, Gail?
We just stand still and not do nothing.
It's just for a turn.
Yeah, no, he's just ignoring Jinx for a bit. Still remembering the smile when he's touching dead bodies thing.
Jinx has been straight up gaslighting you for like 2 episodes. So yeah, I'll do the song of rest while we attempt this. So if successful, everybody will get an extra. I think it's D6.
You guys can indeed take a short rest here.
Sorry, what was the Song of Rest bonus, Jinx?
An extra D6, just one total.
Oh, I thought you rolled that.
Oh, okay, yeah. So one for everybody because I just rolled a one right now.
Oh yeah, I don't care how people play that, whether you each individually roll it or you have just the bard roll it. It's whatever.
If you take my roll, it's a one. If you take whatever your roll is, there's at least a chance it's not a one.
I mean, if I take my own roll, it's a 2.
Twice as good.
Yeah, I normally describe it as everybody roll a d6 if you're using a hit die from the bard. but I like to roll dice.
All right, so I'm back to not bloodied anymore.
Yeah, and I'm back to looking almost perfectly fine.
Yep, Dalton looks pretty good as well.
Well, that didn't just change the overall mood. I don't know what did. I'm feeling much, much better. Shall we proceed or?
Are we thinking we want to investigate that hole down on the first floor, or I think there was that one other room.
I mean, if we're going to be thorough, we probably got to do both, right?
Yeah, I think that's right.
What actually makes the cocoon? Is that like something that like once the person has been injected, they like start spinning a cocoon around themselves? Are they like inside of a cocoon? They're like placed there? Like I'm just missing this.
It's a good question. Maybe Neferindel should take a sample and see what she can figure out at some point.
I mean, is there like some big like mother bug that like puts you in a cocoon, like wraps you up like a spider and just sleep until you turn into one of them? I don't know. I guess I'm just trying to understand it. Anyway, I don't know. I was just on my mind while just sitting there thinking like it's just some big creature that's just spinning things up into these cocoons and leaving them behind. And if it got out in the city, it could end a Tolus.
But if it's the cults who are injecting this venom, how would they control such a creature? Perhaps it's some part of the metamorphosis. I don't know.
Oh no, I completely just made that up. There's probably not, hopefully, a really big creature that like does all that stuff right behind this next door. But I don't know. Maybe. I guess we'll see. You guys just want to bounce out of here instead? Just call it, wrap it up, job complete. Just skedaddle.
I wouldn't feel right to just not check the last room.
It's always the one place you don't look.
For all we
You
know,
guys
there's
want me to just take a peek, and if there's nothing in there, we can just get out of here? I'll just have a little look-see. I mean, the floor is pretty dangerous. No need for all six of us to cross there if we don't need to. I could run over, peek on in. As long as there's not something in the room, we just get out of here.
I mean, I'm fine with that. I could stand like in the busted doorway from there, the hallway there. So if there's anything, I might be able to cast a spell.
Yeah, and I mean, we can shine a little light down that hole on the way out of here, and as long as there's nothing down there, we'll call it a day. Go relax, sleep in our own beds.
Yeah, and that's fine with me.
All right, here goes nothing.
You're just walking across the room from the western hall.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to do like my Pink Panther walk. Avoid the soft spots.
Roll a dexterity saving there, please.
18.
Gotcha. So you guys see as Jinx like steps once, steps twice, but goes through the floor. He's like steps out of it like as he like kind of catches himself. But you can get to the door like balancing on what little bit of boards are there. But yeah, like the floor in this room is falling away. There's not a question about like can you walk across it? It's can you walk across it faster than it falls. Open the door. You can see behind you or in front of you, there's a small room about like 7 or like 12, 13 feet wide, 12, 13 feet long, wide, tall, like 30 feet wide, 10 feet. I don't know. 12 by like 30 feet. There's two doors, one on the east, one on the west. Thrash like a lot of these other rooms. You can step inside, open up these doors, eventually find out there's nothing in here. It's just another maybe I don't know what these rooms are supposed to be. Maybe these are like private showers. I don't know. The shape of these two rooms like just doesn't really make sense to me. Especially since it's supposed to be an apartment building. It's all very, very weird.
So Jinx will just yell back, all clear over here. Guess we'll just check downstairs and get the hell out of here.
Uh, Sounds good to me. Dalton, meanwhile, has been kind of like watching Jinx and seeing like the floor is pretty much completely fallen apart. Um, is going to uncoil some rope and offer to either like have Jinx grab onto it as he runs across, so if he falls, he can try to pull him up, or we could, um, yeah, I guess that would make sense. Like Dalton will offer that to Jinx if he wants it, or if Jinx thinks he can just kind of do what he did before and just run across real quick. But he will kind of offer it, hold it out to Jinx.
I mean, can't hurt, I suppose. So if you just like throw me like one end of it, and then I'll like hold on to it and just kind of like run across.
Yeah, and Dalton's basically like bracing himself. So like if the floor falls away, if you go to fall, he can maybe try to arrest the worst of it.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing that'll humble a bard more than just about getting smoked. So normally I would do some fancy parkour and show off and be absolutely insulted that you would even offer me rope, but not today. And he will like thankfully take the rope and attempt to cross there. Okay, so 17.
Gotcha. Same thing. Just kind of like running through. Your footing is being lost behind you just as fast as you're stepping onto the next board. Dalton's pulling the rope up for you as you go, and you basically like run into the other room. Slam into him a little bit, but otherwise you guys are both fine. You're both on like the safe side of the floor where you actually have sturdy floor beneath you.
Definitely appreciate that, brother.
No, not that I thought you'd actually need it, but like you said, better safe than sorry. Oh, and sorry, Marek. Just remind me: do the psychics get any healing on short rest, or is it just long rest where they get their hit dice back?
I would basically just say like Karina's got all her hit dice spent. That's one of those things where I would just go into notes for yourself and just kind of mark down like, like today's date. Karina's got 3 or all like 6 hit dice burnt. Something like to that effect kind of thing. Or I guess 5 hit dice burnt. Because
Okay, so they can.
you healed her for 1.
Okay, so for them it's just one hit dice is yeah. Okay, yep.
Oh, even she would only have to burn 4 as well because Song of Rest gives her a bonus 1. So, but yeah,
But she'd be
in the
back to
long
full,
run,
you're saying.
what's that?
She'd burn those hit dice and then be back to full, you're saying.
Yeah. In the long run, like the sidekicks, you should do a little bit of bookkeeping with them, but it shouldn't be that like you shouldn't have to go through a whole lot. In general, I mean, at least for the non-fighters, I feel like that's kind of why she dropped in a single hit, is because they're relatively balanced to be somebody who helps you out, but they're not gonna just do everything for you.
Yep. Gotcha.
They're not meant to be the hero.
Baptized in lightning. So should we check out this big hole in the ground here? Or downstairs, I mean? Here, there?
I think that's our next stop.
Yeah, just remember that purple ooze thing. Be careful of that when we go check it.
Right.
So do you have a thought how to perhaps entice the purple ooze into dropping? Are you guys just going to have one of you be the sacrificial goat and they'll go first? What are your thoughts about that?
Dalton's assuming it probably. Well, don't really know, but presumably it has some way to know if it's there's something like alive underneath it that would make it drop versus just some random item kind of falling below it. Don't have a yeah, I don't have anything to all right, cool. Actually, Dalton can he try to may not be big enough, but can he try to make use minor illusion to create the illusion of like a like some sort of creature underneath the ooze or whatever it is? A 5-foot cube, so I guess it could be kind of like a
I don't think there's going to be any effect on it. I think these things are a little bit more like they're going after life more than necessarily like the image of a creature, like the look of a creature.
okay, yeah, that's kind of what I thought.
So what is it, like heat activated? It like senses the warmth or something like that? Take like a little bit of fire or something like that? Or Neffy, go trigger the ooze trap. Do it. You'll be fine.
See, Neffy raises her fist and she brings up her right hand like to her fist, and she starts to rotate her right hand near like the palm side of her fist. Nothing seems to happen for a few moments until her middle finger pops up.
Fine, I'll do it. The Jinx will do it.
What are you going to do?
He's gonna just like try to stick away from like the actual hole, like towards the edge of the room, but he's gonna try to like run past fast enough that he like triggers it but doesn't get hit by it.
Gotcha. Roll a dexterity saving throw.
19.
Gotcha. Yeah, like flops down behind you, lands on the ground. Kind of the same thing. You guys can avoid stepping onto it, but in the long run, it's like just kind of inanimately on the ground there now.
I don't suppose anybody's got a torch on him, do they?
Got a lantern. Might be able to see how deep this goes. Dalton will light up his lantern and try to shine it into the hole.
I just don't feel like lanterns are designed to scatter light downward. You guys don't have a magical light source?
I mean,
Oh, go ahead.
I was thinking Gale can just like there's plenty of debris on the ground, right? Just pick up a
Oh yeah, you could drop something down there.
just put a light spell on it and drop it down.
Yeah,
I was
light
thinking the
spell
same-
actually.
My bad. Go ahead.
The moment he casts light from where you guys are at, it's about 20 or 30 feet down below you is the ground. It looks like there's some sort of kind of like worked stone ground beneath you. My main point with a torch or with like a lantern is that like flame, I don't know, it like acts weird. Like a lantern is designed to scatter light to the sides. It doesn't usually, reflect downward. It doesn't have any reflecting things downward. That was kind of my general thing, is you wouldn't necessarily know how deep it was. But yeah, with the light spell, you could already see it even before you dropped the object. But it's about 20 or so feet down.
All right, hear me out, Dalton. I just got an idea. I mean, I'm sure I didn't think of it like on like all of existence or whatever, like this plane, but like I'm taking credit for it. What if, okay, and we all kind of get credit for it because we're a group and a team and all that stuff, whatever. Uh, what if we cast light on the rope? That's genius. It's a genius idea. We don't throw the whole rope down, but most of it, hang on to the one end, but now it's light and glowing and
Seems like yes, that would work, right, Gale?
I mean, I don't see why not.
you guys don't seem nearly as excited as I am about that idea. Thought that was like something big here, but I mean, we still do it, even if it's not that big a deal, I guess.
Once he casts light and you drop the light down, you can see after a few feet, like there's actually like a rope ladder that is secured here, but it's like secured to like the stone beneath the actual like framework of this building. So you're like climbing down into the hole. It's not like you're getting into a man cover and then 5 feet down there's a ladder, but you're climbing down into kind of like the trough of a bowl almost, where it's say like a 60-degree slope, and then once you actually get like towards the center of it and into like the proper like center of this hole into this it's effectively into the sewers, there's actually a rope ladder that is secured there. So if you wanted to, you could certainly cast light on you know part of the rope ladder slash the rope ladder.
Well, guess we're going in. Poke around for a minute. If we don't find anything, we're out of here, right?
That sounds good to me.
It's probably just a dead end anyway. All right, well, go first then, I guess.
Oh, did I lose connection? Can you guys hear me?
Oh, that's the first I've heard from you. Yeah, I didn't hear anything before that.
Yeah, same.
Same here.
I thought I heard like it's like a start of something, but then it cut out.
It might have been me starting to say who's following Jinx.
Oh yeah, we heard you there.
I guess Dalton can follow after him.
I just realized this is another one of those issues where I have the map set up as 5-foot squares and it is 10-foot. All right, we got Dalton. Dalton's following Jinx. Who's going after Dalton?
Gale will follow on afterwards.
Yeah, and you can
And
slam
then
back in or whatever.
Karina.
Yeah.
Karina's probably still a little salty about being electrocuted by Jinx, so she'll bring up the rear, kind of keeping a little distance.
I feel like Tom could follow then.
Alrighty, so when you drop down, you do find pretty quickly, you probably come through the ceiling 10 or so feet down the rope ladder, and you can tell that the stonework is like the side of one of the sewers here in Tolis. You guys have explored some of the sewers enough to recognize that you are along one of the like wider paths and that you have a narrower crossroad kind of to the like right of you, and you can basically quickly understand that because of how that works, that the main flow is always west to east in Tolis, that you are basically coming down here and that little crossing is north on your left, and the side of it to the south is the south. So that's part of why, like, the orientation is going to be pretty clear here to recognize, northeast, southwest, as far as things go in the sewers. Again, Tolis has that level of their sewers are generally speaking pretty well finished. A lot of people basically make them like the north to south ones like more haphazardly, but once they're made, there's an actual like more or less like finished sewer that often is created there because the tunnel is already dug by private citizens, because keeping the sewers clean is a part of the city. So Dalton is kind of climbing down the ladder. Jinx, you're already down, like all the way and on the ground. When you get down on the stonework, you can see again the crossroad to the east of you there. And there's a certain amount of light going off into the distance to the west of you before it's just lost in this tunnel. When you start to move, to clear space for other people, I don't think it's a big important decision, but I don't want to just force you. Does it sound good if you just continue west, or do you think you would continue towards the crossroad where you could at least apparently gain more information?
I guess yeah, I would say probably towards the crossroad would make sense. Crossroad would make sense.
Damn, Tom is one of the oldest tokens I have. Malchin saving the lizardman was that long ago. Alrighty. So we've got Dalton with a lantern. Gale has a, lit up object. What would you guys like to do?
I'm just gonna kind of like peer down the crossroads and see, do I see anything like recognizable, or is this just like the regular sewers that we would like normally be, or does this feel like something different?
As far as things go here, it just appears that you guys are in sewers. There's really nothing distinguishable at this point to give you this or that of a clue. There's just kind of a moment of you sort of need to pick one of these directions and just run with it.
Maybe head north. Keep an eye out for any sort of. There are like manholes that lead up to the surface, like in some places, right? So it seems like one direction's as good as another, as far as we can tell.
I mean, there's got to be some kind of tracks or something like that. I mean, if these things have been like traversed recently, especially by any amount of things, I mean, I would imagine there's some kind of signs. Somebody's good at having a look, aren't they?
I suppose it's possible.
So
Uh,
survival check. You're gonna try to look for tracks.
Yeah, I'm motivating somebody else to do a survival check, and I'm offering up my bardic inspiration.
Uh, Gale, I don't know if Gale's any good at it. Dalton's not, but he can try it.
I mean, I always call for the person who does it, and if somebody has proficiency, they can add into it. So I'm saying Jinx, go for it.
Oh, well, I can't bardic inspire myself, which was the whole goal, though.
I I understand, but one of my things is the person who has the idea is usually the person who's rolling it.
I got you. Okay, so I'm
I
not using
understand.
bardic inspiration.
Yeah, I understand you want to inspire somebody, but you guys don't have a tracker.
Oh no, that's cool. So 19 total.
Gotcha. So there's definitely signs of travel in this place. It is not absent of people moving. You guys can see pretty equal amounts of travel seem to be on like the opposite side of the sewer you're in. Both sides of the sewer to the east of you, like heading off to the east, and both sides of the sewer heading off to the south. Maybe a little bit more heading off to the north, but predominantly you're seeing the most or the newest tracks are basically on the side you guys are on, and they're heading off to the west.
Well, west it is.
Kind of going forward just an about face, and Karina's going to lead you guys.
Probably want somebody with a light source near the front. So
I mean, you could pass her a light source. Otherwise, you're kind of just in like a limited space at this point because of what this is. It's not necessarily meant for shoulder by shoulder passing. Or somebody can hop on into the sewage and get by each other.
yeah, so maybe Dalton will take his lantern and he'll kind of like bucket brigade it, like pass it along one from person to person until it gets to Karina, so she has some light.
Gotcha. I mean, Gail's got prestidigitation.
More worried about the things that might be swimming in the sewage. And I imagine most of us have some open wounds that might not.
So you guys can kind of continue on towards the west, allowing Katrina to lead. About where she is now, maybe a little bit ahead of the light, like having her there, but basically about to where I have revealed here is where, as she's moving forward with the light of the lantern, she'll start to make out that there is something on the northern side of the wall. By the time you guys get close enough to have light on it, you can make out more clearly that there is a door on this north side of the wall. But her first recognition of it is effectively, say, like 10 feet behind where she is, because the light, I think, is 25 feet with the lantern, and then 25 dim is kind of what I was going for. So the door is about 50 feet or 25 feet ahead of where the light is revealed right now. Know what I mean?
Gotcha. Yep.
So that's where you're noticing it. If you guys just continue forward as you're going, I will reveal up to there.
Yeah.
By the time you, what were you thinking there?
I was just gonna say, yeah, she'll, assuming nobody objects, continue up towards the door.
Gotcha. By the time you get to the door, you guys can see that there's like a pretty new, like iron door on the side of the wall here. Like this isn't a new sewer. You are in Old Town. This is one of the older stoneworked areas. It's definitely nicer than like the sewers you guys were in like the Guildsman district, but it's still a sewer, and this is like a brand new door. There's no corrosion, nothing to show that this thing is anything but like brand new made. And it's just like on that right north side of the sewer here is where a lot of the tracks are leading as far as like that survivor checks goes. And by this point in the dim light, you can see another break to delineate another north-south set of sewer lines. They would basically, again, they like those are the ones that everything flows west to east, going towards the ocean. Those are the ones like that randomly, if something gets backed up, in one of the other like main flow lines. They're like the equalizers. So there's another crossroad to the west of you here, and you guys are at that door.
Don't think it's the city that installed this one. And Karina's going to keep moving along to the side to let somebody, other people towards the door, by keeping the light on it.
Yeah, so if you guys wanted to get Jinx back in the front, you can effectively move everybody back past it.
I mean, if Jinx wants to, otherwise Dalton can take the lead.
Oh yeah, I don't mind. Yeah, I'll. Is it just like a regular handle? No, just give it a try. See if it's open, unlocked.
When he pulls at the handle, Dalton, you hear the faintest little ringing of a bell, but the door seems to be locked.
Dalton will share that with what he thinks he heard with Jinx and Gale.
Oh shit! Some kind of alarm or something. As soon as you pull on it, won't open though.
That'd be my guess. Try and pick it. Or is it like barred from the other side, do we think?
There's a pickable lock basically. So yeah, you can move Jinx basically just off to the side a little bit and get yourself enough access to attempt a lockpick. Just a dexterity check with proficiency.
You got this, Dalton. Been practicing. I'm gonna give him inspiration.
All right. So yeah, he'll kind of just like ask like Jinx to step back a couple feet, and he'll get in position in front of the door, and then attempt to pick the lock here. Ooh, I think even with the inspiration, that's not going to help.
Yeah, it's only 2 more.
That's a total of 7 then. Well, actually, if you gave me the inspiration, I could have waited to use until after the roll, right?
Yeah, you don't have to use it
Okay, because I
until
think
you think it'll help.
I don't
Oh
think.
yeah, my bad. I don't even know why I rolled it there.
Yeah, so I think I'm going to not use it after rolling a 2 because I don't think I'd have to roll an 8 maybe, and even then. So that would make it a total of a 5. And he'll kind of, Dalton will probably like shake his head after trying to work it a bit, and trickier than it looks, I guess.
So it takes you a few minutes. You don't really have any immediate success getting in there. You can eventually, you can either like keep trying, putting more time into this, or you can like divert yourself and try something different. It's kind of up to you guys. Like, technically speaking, it's a little much to say like a lock just defeats you and you're done with one roll. But it's just one of those things. Like, do you want to invest more time in this? Do you have any other thoughts when you fail after the first few moments?
Yeah, I mean the door looks solid, so I don't think we're gonna break it down. So as long as excuse me, as long as Gale and Jinx are on board with it, I think Dalton will just kind of like double down on his efforts to pick the lock.
Gotcha. So, does that sound good to you guys to focus on it, get past this door?
Yeah, that seems fine to me. And well, if you don't succeed at all, for some reason, I do have the knock spell.
We've already rung the bell, but that's a bit loud, isn't it?
Oh yeah, that it's no one's gonna be surprised if there's anything's waiting for us behind the door, and probably nothing in the sewer either. Everything's gonna be aware of us after I do that.
I mean, might be a moot point, but I'd say save your strength for. Sure, I can get it. Just gonna take me a bit longer than I was hoping.
Yeah, I've got an idea. Try something a little different. And then this time, Jinx is going to gaslight you while you try to unlock the door. I don't think you're going to get it, Dalton. I mean, been at it there for a minute. If you didn't get it the first time, what makes you think you're going to get it again? You're going to end up breaking off one of your tools in there, and then you're going to be out your tools. We're still going to be down here. Yeah, we might as well just go home now.
And Dalton will kind of like dryly back, like look back towards him and just dryly be like, "Oh, appreciate the encouragement, Jinx." Do you have a better idea?
Oh, no, no. I was just trying to be constructive. Last time I was saying all the nice stuff to you, and you couldn't get it. So I thought maybe if I got you all, revved up, maybe you dig deep down inside there and click the thing or whatever.
All right. How about this? I'll bet you 10 gold I can get it open in another 2 minutes.
Yeah, right. I'll take that bet. I'll give you 20 gold if you get it open right now so we can just get this thing moving on. Or if you guys want and we can't get into it, we can just go home. I mean, shit. Take our 20 gold to the bar. I'll buy some drinks.
Well, I mean, now that we're here, I feel like I can't just leave it.
Yeah, sure. Clock's running. 3, 4, 5, 6.
So, what was the actual bet?
10 gold that I could get it open in 2 minutes. After probably he's been trying for a bit,
Yeah, roll another dexterity check with proficiency.
All right, and I may use his bardic inspiration on this one. The reverse psychology might work.
Use his inspiration to not to unpick pick the lock.
I don't think that's going to help, but it's only lasts for 10 minutes, so I'm going to go ahead and use it. So it's going to be 8 plus,
Roll an 8.
nope, 13 total.
So you earn 10 gold, Jinx. Another 2 minutes goes by. Another 2 minutes goes by. You might see Gale like over your shoulder, like preparing the fine nature of knock. But eventually, like while both of these two are giving up all hope that you will ever pick this lock, you guys finally hear like the last little click. And as there's like a little bit of like a roll from within the door, it just like pops open just the littlest bit, basically like coming free of the locking mechanism, relieving tension on the door. And if you would like, you can open the door in front of you.
All right. So having heard the bell before, not sure if that was like magical or maybe mechanical. As he's like starting to try to open the door, can you try to look to see if there's any sort of like rope or string or something that might be like connected to a bell that he could cut? And if not, he'll just open the door. But he would try to keep an eye out for that.
Roll a perception check.
25.
Gotcha. So yeah, you can spot like a tiny little like weave of hemp inside there, and you can snip it. You hear like a little ring of the bell, and then it seems to be disarmed.
All right. So he'll kind of he'll look back to Jinx and Gale, and we should keep that in mind for our place.
Oh, my bad. That should have been a separate dexterity check. Do a dexterity now that you've spotted it to see if you are skilled enough to disarm it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Just
on that
straight
one,
dex.
you are able to snip it, and you hear like that last little like ring of a bell, and it seems to be disarmed.
Gotcha. Yeah. So yeah, we should think about setting something similar up at our place. And with that, he will go to open the door now fully.
Alrighty, so when you cast light into this room, you are going to see a stairway that leads down about 30 or so feet in front of you. So from where you're at, you're really just looking at like this actual landing area immediately on the other side of the stairway, because you're looking down 30 feet just as much as you're looking forward 30 feet across this stairway. So you can't really see into the room that the stairway leads to.
Gotcha. And is this a somewhat less narrow staircase? Can we?
This one is 10 feet wide.
Gotcha. So I think so. I think once he had the door open, Karina would we do the same thing with the lantern, get it back into Dalton, so he's got some light, and then I guess kind of start down. Doesn't want to get too far ahead of the others, so he'd kind of wait for the others to kind of file in, and then start down the landing or down the stairs towards the landing.
Gotcha. Side by side, Dalton and Jink.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, and then just probably continue kind of in this sort of order, right? He'd probably pause like maybe about before he hits the landing itself and just try to take a listen to see if he hears any, knowing that we kind of maybe have announced ourselves with the bell, see if he hears anything.
Roll a perception check here.
21.
Man. think this is just gonna go to a normal initiative. Because while you guys are trying to sneak up and make sure not to get ambushed, you are indeed walking into an ambush. Your perception here, trying to not get ambushed, is a 21. Their stealth to not be heard and be silent is a 21. So I think it's just kind of like you guys are butting heads. I'm not going to take a surprise round on you because they were effectively waiting because you hit the alarm. And we're just going to give it to you guys basically on a fresh initiative as if nobody were, ambushing one or the other. But I feel like that also kind of puts us at, is this about where we need to quit? We're at 4 o'clock right now. How's everyone doing for time?
Still good till about like 5:30 is when I'm like gotta go.
You doing all right saying another hour, Chris?
Yeah, I mean, for me, it's totally fine. I
And
have
then,
plenty of hours.
excellent. And Dalton, you're good too?
Yeah, I'm good to keep going.
Yeah. So again, I think they're like the two sides here are going to kind of neutralize each other. You expect to be ambushed. You set off an alarm and you heard that alarm. You're already aware of that. But you're also stepping down into something and you don't quite know what to expect. They are lying in wait and being awfully quiet. And I think the best is just to say, like, you guys are basically walking into this just with neutral ground. Um, I don't think there's a way to give it one way or the other.
No, I think that makes sense. Like we were kind of expecting, yeah, we don't know exactly where it's waiting, but
So
not
like you're just kind of
surprised.
like moving down slowly, almost like Dalton's almost kind of like crouched over with his chest like down to his knees, like stepping down these stairs so he can look as low as possible to like look beneath the ceiling. And you can see like the room opens up and it's like 30 by 30 and there doesn't appear to be anything. And then by the time you're getting about to the ceiling level, and you can kind of make out that this room like spreads even further, that's when you start to like see that there are like some giant rats in this room. So you're probably walking into a rat nest again, which has been historically what you guys have dealt with in these sewer situations. This doesn't necessarily tell you that they're wild rat men or that they're a part of one of the chaos cults, but it is how you've kind of experienced things often going underground. And that's kind of like the first thing that you see is just some giant rats. They're not necessarily something that's lying in ambush for you, but that's like that kind of last moment. And here's where I'll have you roll initiative.
All right.
And I think I'm going to have all three of you roll initiative here, please.
All right. So it would be a 14 for Dalton.
And a 15 for Gale.
And 15 for Jinx.
Doesn't even matter, even when I try to have you guys potentially play opposite. Alrighty, so the first thing that you guys are going to see is like when those giant rats kind of gain a sense of your smell, they are effectively just going to start charging forward into you. As far as things go, 5, 10, 15, 20, 5, 30. Yeah, I think it's just enough where like the first two are going to get to like Jinx and Dalton area. And you'll see another one is kind of lagging behind them. It will eventually dash and get up right beside the other. But I'm going to do the attack on the first two here versus either Dalton or Jinx. So they're each going to go for one of you as they charge up and are not strategic, because why would rats be strategic? Let's go for first one on Dalton. Rolled 7. Second one on Jinx. A rolled 8. Solid opening salvo there.
Oh, I'm not gonna mess with anything.
Same.
Thank you. I appreciate you guys bringing that up.
Oh, I was legit thinking about it. I was thinking that probably is right on the edge of an actual hit.
Actually, against Jinx, that was actually kind of true. It's close. Let's see. The next thing to happen is going to be. Oh man, I need this weapons profile. Son of a bitch. Sorry. Oh man, it actually was the correct page. So yeah. Oh man. Um, so the two of you are down there. I hate the idea that this hall is in darkness, but you guys are going to see a flash of light in 3 different places. No, 2 different flashes of light. Basically from the center of the room, about 40 or 50 feet in front of you guys, but basically kind of like in the gloom, you can see some taller figures. They're effectively human sized, and you see that they're standing upright, and you just see 2 loud flashes of light as you guys hear 2 loud big booms. I want to see if they're targeting the same one. They're both gonna shoot at, I think this is Dalton. Yeah, they're both gonna shoot at Dalton here. And gonna go. They do not have pack tactics. Okay, cool. That's good. Let's see. First one. That's bad. Dalton, the first thing that you see is this flash of light. The second thing that you hear is the actual boom, but you are going to feel almost before this happens something smack into your chest, and you are going to feel a horrific wound. This is going to deal, I believe, 12 plus a d12 damage to you. You're going to take 21 points of piercing as you are blasted by one of these firearms.
So I will
Uh,
cutting words the damage on that.
Gotcha. So
I,
that's just
I
like a
think,
negative d8.
but I think we have to see the attacker, right?
Ooh, that's a tough one. I mean, oh man, he has sneak attack too. He is technically in dim light. So I don't think he's like invisible to you.
If there's
Okay.
a creature you can see within 60 feet.
Gotcha. So how much do you reduce it by?
Yes, 7.
Gotcha. So 14 and then an extra 5 from his sneak attack. He's going to do 19 piercing with the first shot. The second one, also firing on Dalton, is a nat 1. Was that half of your current health?
Just under half after the cutting words.
Excellent, excellent. Yeah, so you basically immediately are aware that these things are using firearms.
Yeah, and
Which
that.
is also,
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I was going to say, which is also one of the things that, for what it's worth, you guys have seen rat men with firearms more often than pretty much anything else. Like delvers and rat men are the people who use firearms because they're coming from underneath the ground. What were you thinking though?
Oh no, I was just gonna say. That does leave Dalton bloodied though.
Gotcha. Then it is going to Gale and Jinx to act. And you know what? Dalton follows right afterwards. I'm just going to let you guys run it as we have before, where you guys have a single initiative.
Let's see. Where again did we see the flashes? 'Cause I didn't really hear that. Like from where they fired from.
40 or 50 feet in front of the bottom of the stairs.
Yeah, I think Dalton's gonna. I mean that bullet definitely took a big chunk out of him, and he's gonna. And that was a loud boom, so kind of obviously not worried about being hurt anymore. So he's gonna two can play at that game, and he's gonna pull out the wand of fireballs in his free hand, and he is going to shoot a fireball down towards the rat man that just fired at him.
Gotcha. What level do you want to cast it at?
I think it's the regular third level is one charge, so I'm just going to use it with one charge.
Gotcha. Roll a perception check at disadvantage.
So that would be a 12.
12? Gotcha.
12.
And roll for the damage, please.
Oh my god. That is the worst.
That fireball damage. Holy shit.
What
Oh,
was
it only
the
rolled.
damage that
It,
you rolled?
it only rolled. It only rolled 66. I definitely put 8. So it's going to be 8. Because I rolled
Oh my
5
God.
ones, and then plus 2 more d6.
And that's why people take another one.
Yeah.
Oh
So
my
13 total. That's like near minimum damage on a fireball.
You hear the wand of fireballs release a very wet fart as there is a pop, and I'm tempted to kind of remove this after showing it, but let's see if I can. Oh no, I got to do the same spot. Let's see if I can do. You see as there's like a explosion, and you guys have a quick glance of that there are two rat men who are kind of standing taller than the others, and each of them has like a rifle kind of leaned across their other arm, each of them in kind of a firing stance, and there's like a kind of like brace, almost like a crutch on their front arm, so they're like aimed up, like waiting for you guys and in this position, and each of those are likely who shot at you, as the other guys are not wearing or not carrying apparent firearms. But you see, like in this explosion, like those two riflemen are effectively in the center of that fireball, and then there are two other ratlings who are like covered by this blast of the fire that kind of like explodes in front of you for a quick second. And you said the total was 13?
13 if they fail. Yeah. And the wand is a save DC 15.
Two more than that one.
I think that is legitimately the lowest I've ever rolled for a fireball damage. I think that was
Oh
6
yeah,
ones out of
six
out of
ones. That's
8d6.
definitely astonishing. Because the average damage is 28,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Isn't that correct? The average damage on the fireball is
Uh,
28.
28 or 27, something around there sounds right. Yeah. Oh yeah, 28. 7 times 4 because it's 3.5. Yeah. Yep. 28. Oh, and I can't remember. So did we have actually gotten our Dreaming Apothecary items yet? Have we, or we have? I don't think we've had time yet to actually pick them up.
I
Have
don't
we?
think so. I think I was talking about like I really meant to, and then you guys never actually slept, and then we've gone into this kind of without sleeping.
Okay, that's what I thought. Yeah, but I think nevertheless, Dalton is going to try to. He was going to move if he can, unless the Ratmen are kind of blocking, because he wants to let some more people from behind down the stairs. So he'd probably, and maybe
I
also.
think with the rats in front of you, you guys actually can move.
Okay, so they are okay. Oh, sorry, did you say can or can't?
Cannot.
Okay, so in that case, he will obviously stay there.
All right, so tell me if from the illumination of his fireball and obviously like the shots earlier, can I target those guys?
Uh, like if you throw something at them that's a saving throw, it's definitely going to be effective. You are
Yeah,
not
that's what I
going to
was
be
gonna do.
able to, yeah. So if you go for a lightning bolt, or if you go for just a vicious mockery, that's perfectly fine.
Yeah, so what I'm gonna do is I am going to just kind of ignore these guys in front of us, and I'm gonna yell back at them, and I'm gonna do a vicious mockery, and then I'm gonna spend my last sorcery point to twin spell it, and vicious mockery both of them.
Gotcha.
And I'm just gonna yell and say, "That was your one shot to hit us. Good luck now."
And what is the damage?
4 damage. And you said we're basically just like pinned right here for now.
Yeah, you need to kill probably 2 rats to be able to get somebody by.
Okay, I got it. And then I will do a. Oh man. I'm gonna give bardic inspiration to somebody, but I don't know who. Actually, you know what? I'm not. I'm just gonna save it defensively, I think.
Yeah, I don't really have the sizing even remotely close here. It's actually kind of on. It's just weird where the stairwell falls. But I feel like that's a little closer to on the map how it should be.
I mean, it makes sense. They have high ground on us too, so
No, you guys are coming down from above.
oh, can I jump over the rat then?
No. What do we got coming from Gale?
I think with the way we're sitting, I'm just gonna cast a sleep spell. Try to hit like the 3 rats in front of us.
Gotcha, going for the giant rats.
Yeah, hopefully they able to do anything.
And roll for the hit points you can put to sleep.
29 hit points.
You see, as one rat goes to sleep, 2 rats go to sleep, all 3 rats fall asleep. From that point, I would say Gale could easily move past and cover. I mean, I told you guys you could have the same turn. You guys could all walk over them. They're no longer like defending that entryway.
Sounds good. And then for the mercenaries, Neffy is going to give a potion to Dalton.
Gotcha. So on some level, you got to get Neffy too, Dalton, but you can have Neffy actually saying, Dalton, hold up, take this.
Yeah, so she'll do that, and she will hand you a potion, Dalton.
Okay, and then just remind me, those are, we don't know what they do, right? It's
Oh yeah, it's probably going to be horrible, but if you roll good, it could be a healing potion.
I think most of the time they heal, but if you roll like certain ones, they like give you flying, certain ones give you this, certain ones give you that.
Yeah, if you roll high, you get to pick. So just roll high. Just get a 12. That's all.
gotcha. All right. So Karina's gonna run forward. Can she see if she gets up to here? Are they still kind of in dim light? Is she able to make out any of them?
What is the actual light distance on your lantern? Which lantern do you have?
It's 30. It's a hooded lantern, so it's 30 feet of bright
Okay,
and 30
30.
feet of dim.
Yeah, so honestly, it's still revealed right at 30 feet for how it is. So she can see the other rats in dim light. That there's basically like 5 rats still kind of standing around you guys. What was the rest of your question, though? I think she can probably see the 6th rat even.
Okay. I think from before we saw, were there two kind of like close to each other?
The 2 in the center are the riflemen. There's
Yeah.
3 to the left of them, and then 1 more to the right. 2 died in the explosion of the fire.
Okay, I think what she is going to try to do is throw her flash powder to try and blind the 2 riflemen.
Gotcha.
Because I think it's within 5 feet of where she lands it. So as long as they're not more than 10 feet away from me, or
She might be able to hit one of them. She can't get any two of these Ratman.
oh, okay, that's kind of why I was asking.
Yeah, nobody's that close. I think one of the ones who died might have been that close, but I don't believe. I think the closest ones here are 15 feet from each other. There's 10 feet in between them.
Gotcha. Okay. So in that case, she's gonna just I think she has 5 more feet of. Or no, are these are 10 feet, or the grid's
These are
5 feet?
10 feet. Yep.
Okay, so I think that's about as far as she can get. So for now, she will just take the dodge action.
Like there's little dotted squares on the map that are the actual 5-foot squares, but the actual squares that are a part of the art of the map are 10 foot.
Okay, so the grid is correct. Okay, yep.
Yeah, you just have to be zoomed in pretty far to see the actual grid here.
Yeah, I can faintly make it out. Okay, so I think she had 5 more feet then. Okay, but she's gonna take the dodge because she can't get to the other rat things yet. But she doesn't want to waste the powder if she can only get one of them.
All right, so we're gonna have one attacking Gale. Who actually, let's see. It is going to bite Gale and try to stab Dalton with its longsword. So bite attack on Gale first, and then the longsword second. Got a rolled 14 for the bite against Gale, and a rolled 19 for the sword against Dalton.
I'm gonna try cutting words the attack on Gale. My reaction.
Gotcha.
I mean, yeah, you could, but I was gonna use shield. I do have that.
Oh, and I guess Dalton would know he has shield.
Yeah, you guys have seen him use it.
Okay, so cancel the cutting words then.
Your AC though is a 15, Gale.
Yeah, so I mean, if I know it's not gonna be useful,
That's what I was gonna say to you. Is that it's a rolled 19. That's me saying it for the bards. As far as you for the shield, your shield cannot stop this.
oh, I thought I heard that wrong. I thought the rolled 14 was for Gale.
Yeah, I think it was
Wait, that
the
actually sounds right. The bite was okay, yeah, that sounds right. So yeah, shield will stop the bite on you. The longsword was the 19, and that was on Dalton. Yeah, that sounds right. My bad. So longsword on Dalton, bam, is gonna hit you for 6 slashing damage. As it like goes to bite for Gale, bites into this like spectral magic that kind of comes up between the two of them, and it slashes across you. Another one is gonna do both on Karina. I don't think either of those can hit with the yeah, her AC is 13, I believe.
Yeah.
And then this next one is on Tom. And again, bite first. Oh, double 18s. So both of those are going to hit. And it's going to do D6 and a D3. So first D6 is an actual D6. The second one is for 2. So a total of 5, 7, 9. I don't think piercing and slashing damage are different. Oh, wait. This one's separate, though. So it's for 6 damage, con save, and then a con 3 save with 2 different saves. Both
So
of
the
those look
first,
good, I think,
yeah,
regardless. Yeah.
first one got a 9 and then a 19.
So I don't think it matters that it's the top of the order now. Oh, all the giant rats are asleep. So yeah, that's their turn.
Uh,
And then
was that fourth ratling just not able to get close enough yet? The one.
oh yeah, I meant to have him charge actually afterwards. I forgot who I rolled he was gonna charge against. I'm gonna sink him in. 1, 2. Yeah, I think he can get all the way around to Jinx without provoking an opportunity attack. And then what is slow? Do you guys know what slow is from weapons? Is that special to
I only know about the spell.
I feel like slow is not something from the PHB weapons.
slow. Sorry, slow is like a condition or the name of an actual weapon.
It's part of the actual weapon, ammunition loading two-handed and then slow.
Oh, I think that just means that it can't reload. It needs to take. It takes like an extra turn to reload or something.
That's kind of what I was worried about. I didn't want to fire it if it required a turn to load it.
I can look it up on my. I've got my PHP with me, kind of while we're going through the next round.
I have a feeling, slow loading this is from Tolus. Just one action loading property instead of just one action or bonus action to load it, you must use two actions, two bonus actions, or one action. Yeah, so it requires a turn, one action and a bonus action. But it could a bonus action last turn,
Yeah, so he could bonus action at the end of his last turn and then
bonus action this turn,
and
and
then
fire
shoot.
again.
Yeah.
Yeah, so they'll be able to reload for this turn and fire. Next turn, they would basically spend a turn reloading. So let's see. They are going to fire on. Oh my God, Dalton! They got the eyes on you. One of them's firing on Dalton. One of them is firing on Nefrendel. So first one on Dalton.
And did one of them fail or both of them fail the disadvantage?
Oh! 'Cause you hit them with that. It would be the first one. Um, and technically, how I rolled, he would be the second one. It would be the one firing on Nefrendel would have disadvantage on its shot. So this one has a roll with 8 to hit you, Dalton. You guys don't fear a roll 8?
Sorry, I'm still not sure. Can we actually see them?
Oh, this is where I think yes, because they're just in dim light.
Okay, because I know we need to see them to use cutting words. So.
Gotcha. Yeah, my
Are
bad.
you,
I don't like to reveal out to dim light, but I guess technically you guys would have light onto these people.
Okay.
are you bloody right now, Dalton?
Yeah, and I think Dalton, given how much the first bullet hurt, he doesn't want to take any chances, so he will use his reaction to cutting words that 8 against him. Might as well.
Gotcha. He can't hit with a cutting words happening. Yeah, so that'll definitely remove the chance. You just see is like whatever, call out to him, and like the staff that he's like resting his arm on snaps, and his shot just goes wild into the ceiling. You just hear like a crack of the cement in the stone as that shot goes wild. And then this one is the one that should have fired first. My apologies there. This one is the one that is disadvantaged firing on Neffy. 5 is going to be a big ol' miss. And with the rat ones, yeah. So this is going to take it back to you guys. You've got 4 rats into your party. 3 actual giant rats are asleep. Technically, these are also small, the ones that are on you. And then the actual human-sized ones are still firing on you guys with their rifles, but they like reloaded this time and then fired versus last time they like fired then started reloading. How would you guys like to lead off on this turn?
I'm gonna lead off by yelling, "All the rats in the world can't take this party down!" And I'm gonna cutting words the rat that is on Dalton.
Oddly enough, that rat was on Gale. It's gonna fail. How much damage did you roll there?
7 damage.
He is indeed mortally wounded.
I'll wink at him, see if that finishes him off.
It does not.
Okay, it was worth a shot.
Gale will try to like reach out and shocking grasp him. See if that can get him down. Yeah, that's a 24 to hit.
I don't believe he can survive.
12 damage.
It like reaches out to shocking grasps him and just like reaches straight through him, melting the rat like plasma, and you just like smell the fat like rendering as Gale reaches through this rat and its body just dissipates in front of him. That poor rat just got mangled.
And Dalton is going to move up, and the one that I don't know if he actually saw which one of the 2 hit him, but he is going to, while it's reloading the pistol, is going to cast heat metal, or the rifle, to try to get him to drop it. I guess it'll be the one.
That's an interesting one. I mean, you could go for the closest one.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. I'll just go for the one kind of directly north of me, or more or less.
It has to save whether it drops it or not, right? I feel like the weird thing about heat metal is that a rifle probably at this point has a wooden stock.
All right. Well, I'm not going to cast it if it's not made of, obviously not made of metal.
No. The actual rifle is. I feel like the actual heating of the metal, like overheating the rifle, is probably more effective to keep it from being able to fire than necessarily it's going to be burning a creature with it.
All right. Well, again, I'm not going to cast it if it's just going to, if it's not going to cause damage, I'm not going to cast it because I'm not going to waste a spell slot for that.
I mean, you don't know whether it's going to cause damage or not. It is a metal object and the thing is holding it. You have a dragon pistol as well that has a wooden stock. My main point is,
Right. Okay.
is
Then
just
well, it's all right. Fine.
do
you know
what
what,
you're thinking.
I'm just gonna stab at this thing. Well, if I have a pistol, then I should be able. Never mind. It's just if I have
What
2
I
spell
was
slots left,
thinking of,
and
Justin, what I was thinking of is this creature about to reload something that is going to explode in its face? Not trying to prevent you from doing damage. Was this gun going to go catastrophic on the rat? I was not trying to prevent you from doing damage. Do what you want to do.
all right, then yes, I'm going to cast heat metal on the rifle that the one directly north of me is carrying.
How much damage was it?
The 2d8 is 15.
Nice roll.
A little kind of makes up for the fireball, I guess.
And it does indeed drop the rifle.
Okay. That's Dalton's turn.
I think that's Gale and Jinx, so onto the sidekicks.
Karina's just going to focus on this rat in her face here and stab out at it. 17
Solid hit.
for 7 damage.
That will kill it.
All right, and then Neffy's gonna throw a bomb at the rat right here. She got a nat 20 to hit. So it's gonna be
It probably cannot survive that.
it'd be like 12 plus 2d6. So
Don't have the hit point for that. Which rat was she throwing it at? You said right here. That doesn't tell me anything.
oh my bad, the one that's like on Jinx down there in
Gotcha.
the right corner.
And Tom will just move around the rat that he was by and attack it for a roll 19 and 25 to hit for 11 damage.
I don't believe that one will survive as well. Yeah, those things have next to no hit points. Yeah, so I think as you guys kind of like take down the front line, these two like in that process of loading or like going to prepare, like the one's dropping that rifle, the other one's like almost like starting to pull out the wicking. I think they're going to. And can that one even make it? Yeah, I think they're going to charge into you guys. So 6 is Neff and 4 is Tom. And it's kind of like perfect distance if they like press cross moving into Tom and Neff. They're basically going to charge forward and go for biting attack and then a sword slash. So Nefrindel first bite and then the sword. Whichever the 12 is. The second one is the sword slash for Nefrindel. Make a con 5 save for Neff. And then this one will be against Tom. First the bite, second the sword. So Neff is good there. The bite is going to hit Tom. So Tom can make a con 4 save. And he is good as well. I don't think these guys have a chance of surviving a round of your whole group against them, but it is up to you guys here. You can finish these guys off.
Dalton is going to be drawing out the dagger, the razor. He's still got the lantern in his other hand, and he's just gonna slash at this thing as he's running forward here. I think that should hit 16.
Probably gonna hit. Yeah.
Or no, 17. It's a plus. Oh no, yeah, 16.
Yeah, these things are like just natural armor. It's just like thick hair.
And that would be for 7 damage.
Gotcha. So I think as I switch them, that will put them both effectively at mortally wounded.
Yeah.
The one you like heated metal is the one that's on Tom, but that was more like distance wise.
Gale would shoot out a firebolt at the one on Tom, but 11 to hit.
11 actually is going to miss.
Yeah, roll a 3.
Cutting words from Jinx. Throw a boomerang.
Yeah, let's go with the boomerang. I'll position myself to try to get like a clean shot on one of them. Can I get a shot
I
maybe on
think
the
you
top
got the
one?
clean shot on the one that Tom's on.
Maybe if I go over there, yeah, hit the one Tom's on.
Yeah.
Oh, he's about to smoke that thing. That's a nat 20.
What is that? 4 plus a D4? Or does your dex add to it? So it's 7 plus a D4?
Well, the regular damage is 4 plus a d4, so it would be 8 plus another d4.
Yeah. If you roll a 2, anything but a
Another
1
4,
was not
12
was a
damage.
kill. So you got a cutting words kill and a boomerang kill in one session.
Yeah, plus that lightning bolt was pretty dope too. So
And you got a Karina kill.
yeah, I'm basically like full on damage character at this point in time. I've evolved.
Oh wait, that one was the weak one, so you didn't even need to do that one. This other one has 10 hit points. But again, I don't think the 3 sidekicks can't kill that for 10. Yeah, even the 6 is a hit because they've got so much of a plus. I think their plus is normally +5, so at level 7, 4, that's 6 damage. That
And Karina hit for 9.
yeah, Karina basically almost got the kill all on her own. Yeah, so you guys will like take down those other rats here. So time wise, it's about 5:07. So you guys have like none of these rats actually have like equipment as far as like armor goes, but they have a massive collection at this point of long swords. You have a long sword from each of the actual like non-giant rats, the ones that you've killed. So there's 6, 8 long swords if you guys wanted to collect any of those. And then you've now got 2 dragon rifles if you guys would like to take either of the dragon rifles. Again, you guys have had pistols in the past. These are rifles.
Yeah, and Dalton will suggest just like checking over the one that he heated to make sure he didn't cause any like lasting damage to it with his spell.
No reason for anything to be warped, but like if you were to attempt to load it while it's heated, I see no reason why you could load it while it's heated. The firing powder would explode the moment it hits, like a fully heated rifle. It's the same thing as like cooking off a round in a modern rifle. You can fire enough to heat up the metal enough that just loading around fires that round.